Is it time?
It is time for us to do what we have been doing, and that time is every day.
We'll see what happens. We'll know in a very short period of time, but it looks like it could be something that will be not good. Believe me, not good.
I am a dissident.
Don't move.
I'm saying no. Why you hear Palantir, 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 Palantir? Stop.
Seriously, we need to release the F-scene list.
Turns off.
I am not a church boy.
Turns off.
They're full-on vampires.
They hate our beef. They hate our beef. They hate our beef because our beef is beautiful and theirs is weak.
Not good. Believe me, not good.
Hello, dissidents. Welcome, one and all, to a Sunday evening edition of the Do Dissidents podcast. Keaton Weiss here with Russell Dobular, live from New York City once again.
Hello.
How's everybody doing tonight? Thanks, everybody, very much for being here. It is Sunday night with Keaton and Russ. First Sunday night show in a long time.
Yeah,
With
first
two of
show,
us.
our third chair.
Yes, with the third chair. What should we name him? We got to name him something. Oh, you muted yourself by accident when you fuck with him.
We should have a contest.
Yeah, we should have a contest. Maybe
Yeah.
we can
Can't
name
just
him
call him
Alex.
Robot.
We can call him Alex for Alex Carp. Al.
Oh yeah.
Al.
Maybe Antichrist.
Yeah. Yeah, the Antichrist. Yeah, exactly.
Antichrist.
Exactly. The Antichrist robot.
Beelzebub.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that. All right. Maybe we could do that. Maybe we can make that happen. I got a new shirt today. What do you think? Very summery. It's very hot here in upstate New York. Really, really warm. Really,
It's
really
hot
warm.
down here. I put in the AC.
Yeah. It is pretty hot out there. Hope everybody's staying cool. Hope everybody's locked in for a great evening. We're going to be taking your calls for Q&A tonight after the conclusion of the show. Got a lot to cover between now and then. A few announcements at the top. The first is Russ's about his delayed China special.
Yeah, so it's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot. It's the kind of thing you want to nail. You want to do it right. So if I'm going to do like an hour China special, I need more time. I'm just recovering from getting back from being gone that long. Like I can't. Also because it's not just going through my footage and pictures, of which there's a lot of material. I want to do some more background research, just to kind of shore up some of the arguments I'm going to make. So yeah, next week.
Next Sunday will be the China special, in addition to some other stories, of course. This Tuesday, we will be doing an evening show instead of the 1 p.m. show. We're going to start at 6 p.m. Eastern because Tuesday is primary day. And that is Thomas Massey versus Woke Hitler, Ed Gulrine. Big showdown. So we are going to be live with segments plus live election results. So Tuesday night, we will be live at 6 p.m. Eastern, and we will be on as the results come in with, of course, news of the day and regular segments as well. So this Tuesday will be 6 o'clock Eastern. Make sure you're subscribed to our Substack. It's free to subscribe. That's a newsletter that'll always let you know when and where we are going live. So on a day like Tuesday, when it'll be at a different time, comes in handy to be on the newsletter. This way you're not logging in at 1 o'clock panicking, oh no, where are they? We will be on at 6 p.m. on Tuesday night. And then, go ahead.
We will. And let me, finish up. I'm just going to answer a couple questions people have.
Okay, so the third thing is we have an unofficial announcement about our Uhuru documentary project. For those longtime fans and supporters and viewers of the show, you know that we went to St. Louis last year and we filmed a bunch of footage with the African People's Socialist Party in preparation for a documentary film. Now, we interviewed Chairman Omali Yeshitela for 9 hours. We had 9 hours worth of footage, and I thought at the time it was too much to just do as like 1 2-hour piece. If we were to cut that together as a film, which eventually we will do a film version, like a theatrical cut kind of version. But if we were to do that, it would be realistically the way film and distribution and all that works. it'd be at least a year and a half before anyone sees it. So we want to get it out quicker than that. And we want to be able to do more than just a 2-hour piece, because we have at least 4 to 5 hours of great stuff. So what we will be doing with that Uhuru footage is releasing that in a multi-part documentary series, premiering 1 episode a week, sometime by the end of the year. That is our goal, to have that done by either November or December. And then we will probably do some sort of live in-person premiere event as like a big screening. But we will be premiering that in installments. So that'll probably be, if I had to guess, about a 4 or 5 part documentary series that we'll have coming out towards the end of the year, sometime in the fall into the holiday season. So those are the announcements. That's what we got. That's our housekeeping.
All right. So in terms of what videos I'm going to be dropping on Russ on the Road, yeah, I want the next video to be the My Lai massacre that I never did part 2 on, that I didn't get to. So I'm aiming for Thursday. I'm going to try to have these premiere after the shows on Thursday. And then I'm going to do Hong Kong, because I think that was pretty interesting. Then I'm going to go back to the beginning. At that point, I'm going all the way back to Thailand and going chronologically. But those last 2, I'm going to drop. Maybe another Uyghur one, since I just did that.
All righty. All right. Well, having said all that, we got Jake in the booth tonight. Thanks for being here, Jake. Round of applause for Jake, please, and thank you very much. We got 1,009 strong to start things off in the YouTube chat. Great crowd in here. Please do smash that like button to get an even bigger crowd in here. 460 over on Rumble. Do the same thing over there. Like it up, and let's get started. Let's get underway.
All right. My first?
Yep.
All right. All right. All right. Boy, you know, if there was one thing I missed in Asia, it was this guy. It was this fella. But, you know, nobody talks about Ben Shapiro in Cambodia. They have no idea who he is. It's kind of nice. Kind of nice. They barely know who Donald Trump is. Forget about Ben Shapiro. So New York Magazine dropped a bombshell this week, not really revealing anything anyone didn't know. I think a lot of people were surprised it came from them. There was a time not very long ago, there's the summary on X that they put out. There was a time not very long ago when Ben Shapiro could reasonably call himself the king of all conservative media. That's all over now, writes political columnist Ross Barkan. Shapiro's, company, The Daily Wire, is instituting significant layoffs. Its YouTube channel subscriber base is starting to shrink, and its website has emerged as one of the great traffic losers in conservative media. There are Daily Wire YouTube videos that now, after a few days online, have less than 10,000 views, a catastrophically small number for a channel with more than 3 million subscribers. The top comments all mock the low view counts. If a variety of poor business decisions can be blamed in part for the Daily Wire's fall from grace, ill-fated investments in feature films, an epic fantasy series, and peculiar merchandise, the greater story is the collapse of Shapiro's constituency, writes Barkan. There are 2 realities to Shapiro conservatism in 2026. It retains a significant foothold among Republican elites, and it is fast being rejected by the future grassroots of the party. All that's pretty dead on, although it's pretty funny given the tack they're taking. That the article is pretty sympathetic to Shapiro because, you know, in that horseshoe theory, where the kind of liberal class writers that would be working at New York Magazine meet with deranged Zionists like Shapiro, he's much more their kind of guy than the people he has enmity towards and who have enmity towards him. The article is rather mournful of the passing of Shapiro, if anything.
Of course, he's cut from the never Trump Republican cloth. He was a never Trump guy in 2016.
Yeah, Well, and the Ziomaniac, they're all Ziomaniacs in these spaces. And the article spends quite a bit of time smearing people who are opposed to Shapiro as anti-Semites. And here's Joel Berry. The America-hating left is not attacking Tucker, Megan, Fuentes, or Candace. They literally attack them in the article. In the article that he's quote tweeting. Literally in the article. They're attacking Ben. Understand what's going on here. I understand what's going on here. You're pulling a Spiro Agnew and trying to spin all this as a hostile press, when actually the article is mourning the passing. It basically compares his passing to the passing of the Rockefeller Republicans. And New York Magazine loved them Rockefeller Republicans because that's basically what they are. There is no daylight between a Democrat and a Rockefeller Republican. Zero.
Obama called himself a Rockefeller Republican, basically.
Well, you see, he said he would have been considered.
Yeah, would have been considered that. Yeah.
So here's a little bit from this just to illustrate for you how ridiculous it is to frame this in that way. Shapiro once sat at the happy median of the Republican voter and could claim, at least in the 2010s, that he understood the beating heart of campus conservatism. No longer. The anti-Israel, anti-Semitic groypers led by Nick Fuentes are in ascendance. Candace Owens, who once worked with Shapiro at the Daily Wire, now boasts a YouTube channel that's larger than his, where she's indulged in anti-Israel conspiracy theories, warred with Charlie Kirk's widow, and even broken with Trump without suffering any financial consequences. Beyond Owens and Fuentes, Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly have found massive audiences with their own brand of conspiratorial commentary that marries Israel skepticism and isolationist advocacy. Oh, yeah, no, the mainstream press, they're really simping for these folks. They're really getting behind. Oh, they love Fuentes. They love Nick Fuentes. There's no one they like better. I can't believe how much positive coverage Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens are getting from the mainstream media. They love those guys. So here's the real Tucker Carlson talking with the aforementioned Megyn Kelly a little bit about the layoffs.
They've had massive layoffs. Why do you think that is?
I knew a political consultant once 30 years ago. I was covering a campaign, and he said, propaganda works, advertising works, but ultimately reality makes the difference. You can spend $1 billion advertising a dog food, but if the dogs won't eat it, it's just not going to sell. And I just don't think the dogs are going to eat this dog food. Who is the constituency for more wars? Hey, Americans, shut up and stop complaining. As Ben Shapiro famously explained, retirement is immoral. You should be working.
No one in the United States should be retiring at 65 years old. Frankly, I think retirement itself is a stupid idea.
The pure contempt that Shapiro, and not all the people who work at Daily Wire, but some of them have shown for their audience, is not a long-term play. It doesn't work after a while. I just will say I'm not surprised at all.
Notice he just compared Jews to dogs. Disgusting. Despicable.
Though everything that Tucker Carlson is calling out Shapiro for makes him New York Magazine's kind of guy. The idea that New York Magazine likes the Tucker Megan turn of the Republican Party better than Ben Shapiro, that's the tone of the article. They're mourning the idea that things are turning in this direction. But nobody celebrated more than Nick Fuentes here. He actually tweeted out over the New York Magazine tweet, "We win." So here's a little bit of what he had to say about this.
There's some flavor of groyper. We're all groypers now. There is an increasingly tiny contingent of anybody that is even remotely sympathetic to Shapiro, Trump for that matter, anything that is going on the institutional right wing. We're all groypers. At the same time, the biggest podcasts, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly, Tim Dillon, Joe Rogan, Theo Von, all of which, at the minimum, are not pro-Israel. They might be in the middle, questioning. maybe they have one foot in, one foot out, play both sides. Most of them are stridently anti-Israel and explicitly anti-Shapiro, anti-neocon, vocally against the wars. And now Shapiro is finished. They get no views, no subscriber growth, revenue is fallen off a cliff, mass layoffs, and everybody recognizes where the needle is pointing. It took 9 years, but we finally did it. We made it out of the hood, made it out of the streets. We used to pray for times like this. We used to pray for times like this when we were on Maker Support and Patreon, when I was banned on Twitter, when I was banned from CPAC. And look at how the tables have turned. Amazing.
All right. Now this whole declension reminds one of nothing more than Eric Bogosian's talk radio. They expanded a little bit on the theme for the movie version, but it was there in the play too. The idea that his character, who was this shock jock, had displaced the, benign morning guy who had the horns and the sound effects and everything, right? And then the third act, the climax of talk radio, is him meeting what's going to be next after him and being horrified by it. In a way, that's what you're witnessing here. Nick Fuentes displacing Ben Shapiro is very much, Ben Shapiro displacing Don Imus and other, fairly benign kind of conservative hosts and being welcome to the new thing, man. like, what did you think would happen if shit got real with Israel? Did you really think your audience was into that? Well, surprise, they're not. They're not. You thought you were going to ride a basically isolationist, conservative, and in many quarters, anti-Semitic conservative movement all the way. Like that was never going to become a problem. So here,
and just like broadly speaking, sorry, just very, very quickly.
Yeah,
just broadly speaking, like kind of racist. Like so much of the Daily Wire's content in their golden age was, could you believe they cast a black woman in this movie? Oh my God, boycott the. So when the question turns to the role of the Jewish state in the world, you really think this audience that you've cultivated over the years is going to be really sensitive to the argument, hey, we can't really go hard on Israel. I mean, that's racist. Because that's what he said.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Right. All right. So he put out a little monologue here, about 14 minutes. I did a super cut of it. All the haters can kiss my ass. Now, interestingly, he really does not deny the problems that they're having at the Daily Wire. He doesn't actually deny that. Now, my opinion, what did they increase the Hasbara budget from 150 million to 750 million? I'm sure they'll slice off some cash to keep Ben on the air. I don't think he'll go. What's propping up Mark Levin? Nobody watches that. Like that, you have to take into account there's a lot of like dark hidden money going into this whole operation. So I don't know that the laws of economics really apply. But here's some of what he had to say.
Magazine. The future of conservatism isn't traditional conservatism, like free markets, like equal rights before law, like checks and balances, like traditional virtue. That's done. The future, according to New York Magazine, is Nick Fuentes, confirmed Nazi stan and woman hater, and man who will never be able to get a human woman pregnant through natural means. Or Tucker Carlson, confirmed anti-capitalist and Muslim apologist and victim of demon scratching. Or maybe Candace Owens, the confirmed slanderer of widows and connoisseur of French testicles. Or maybe Megyn Kelly, click whoring Grandma Groyper over there. Well, New York Magazine writes, quote, the collapse of the Daily Wire can be seen as a dire warning for traditional Republicans. There are two realities to Shapiro conservatism in 2026. It retains a significant foothold among Republican elites, and it is being fast rejected by the future grassroots of the parties. First of all, that's just wrong. By the polling data, the positions that we take here on the show are reflective of the broad majority of Republicans. That's just the reality. But
all right, well, let's take a look at that. And, you're kind of revealing yourself, Ben, because you actually quoted them accurately. The future grassroots of the party, the future, which suggests there's a generation gap. That Fuentes, even in the article, it talks about what will the party look like in 2030, right? Like they're projecting, yeah, people like Shapiro kind of have a grip for now, but will they later? Now, this just dropped yesterday, actually, from Politico. So support for Israel's government. I support Israel and approve of the actions of the current government. Non-MAGA Republicans, -19. MAGA Republicans split about 50-50. Now, given how hard Daddy is pushing pro-Israel policies, that's a pretty disastrous finding, that even the MAGA people are only around 50%. And your more traditional Republicans underwater with approval of Israel. Little bit from the article. The Political poll finds sharp generational divides among Republicans on issues related to Israel, with the youngest Trump voters more likely than the oldest to express uneasiness over America's relationship with Israel. 32% of Trump voters below 35 say the U.S. is too closely aligned with Israel's government, while 11% of Trump voters over 55 say the same. We're not going to say it, boomers. You know who you are. When asked whether the U.S. should distance itself from Israel, even when the two nations face common threats or work closely with the longtime ally to fend against common threats, the generational divide holds. Nearly half of Trump voters ages 18 to 34 say there should be distance between the two countries, while just 13% of Trump voters over 55 say the same. So, yeah, I mean, the New York Magazine article I have issues with, but they're exactly contradictory to what they're claiming is in this article. Like the article concedes, like, no, this wing of the party is not in charge yet, but it will be given the generation that is attracted to these ideas. And in contradiction to what Shapiro just said, the polling demonstrates that. Yes, the majority of the party does still back Israel because you have more older people with those kinds of numbers, the over 55s. But the younger generation is moving away from it. So, Lil Mar, you got anything you want to throw on?
No, go ahead.
So why is this happening? Well, obviously, for the media left, we get it. We get it. For the media left, we get it. They're always happy to run this grift because they love a right that is crazy. They don't want a right that is characterized by normie beliefs. They want a right that's nuts, because the easiest way to make AOC president in the 2028 election is to have that nutty lady run against a conservative movement that is focused on Brigitte Macron's testicles or demon attacks in the wilds of Maine, or why the Jews are responsible for your incurable gingivitis and horrific body odor and inability to get a date. Now, as for the woke right, the new left, again, that would be Fuentes and Tucker and Candace and company. They're ecstatic about all of this for both business and political reasons. One, they're our competition. But second, they want to tear down traditional conservatism. Their whole goal is to cannibalize the traditional conservative audience. There are, by all available metrics, a hell of a lot more traditional conservatives and rational people in this country than nuts. But their goal is to gut the conservative movement and then turn it into a skin suit for their own perverse politics. That's the whole thing, which is why many of them are now coming out as Democrats. That unity is the thing. That unity is the thing. This is why Russia Today is the official outlet for the Kremlin, right? It is run by the Russian government, is retweeting Nick Fuentes' triumphalism today. Fuentes tweeted out, "I won," after that New York Magazine piece came out, that Fuentes won. Well, I don't know. Living in your basement and streaming for 8 hours a day while jacking off to the Catboys, it's a form of winning? I said, all right. I mean, whatever floats your boat, my dude.
Okay. What the establishment wants is John McCain every time. That's what they want. That's what they want. The last thing they want is any form of populism, even if it's the kind of, right-wing weak sauce populism represented by Tucker Carlson, in my opinion, or Nick Fuentes. They just want John McCain, Joe Biden types, without the melting brain. That's what they want. They want that as far as the eye can see. If they can get, if you want to talk about the establishment that he's talking about, if they can throw a black face on it, if they can throw a vagina into the mix, so much the better. Then they can claim some kind of superficial progress as the end all and be all demonstration of the forward movement of society and the rightness of their political project. That is all they give a shit about. The idea that they want Nick Fuentes to be ascendant, or that they even want AOC to be president. How did they treat the last person who was in line for that? Not that I think she'd get anywhere close to where Bernie did, but how did they treat the last person who represented those kinds of politics in their mind? How did they deal with Bernie Sanders? They did everything possible to make sure that that guy did not win that nomination. The idea that even wanting AOC is the agenda, it's nuts. But what else can he do? He has to blame the media, even though it's just completely off kilter. Again, the article is very sympathetic to him, more than he deserves.
Well, the other thing that's nuts is his assumption that an unhinged lunatic right wing is unelectable and would lose to AOC. Donald Trump is the president now. You have an unhinged right-wing lunatic president now. So the idea, what he's basically saying is that they are doing the Pied Piper,
right?
Sort of 2016 DNC thing. Well, they want to present the right as crazy as possible so that the left wins. Who says a crazy right would lose?
Right. Why would they think that at this point?
Been elected twice now.
It's not 2016.
Yeah.
It's not 2016. Different ball game now. All right. So I got one more clip from him.
No coincidence that at the same time, the Washington Post and New York Magazine and all the rest of these legacy left publications are attacking the Daily Wire. They're also writing strange new respect features on Nick Fuentes and Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson. The left wants those people to win. By the way, they're not hiding it very well. New York Magazine's piece says, quote, like the Rockefeller Republican of yore, the Shapiro Republican could go extinct entirely. That's what they want, right? They want traditional normie Republicans to.
All right, I'm just going to pause for a second and read this paragraph to you. You tell me if this reads like that's what they want. The collapse of the Daily Wire can be seen as a dire warning for traditional Republicans. Young conservatives are now looking on as the Iran war rapidly devolves into a quagmire and seeing all the damage it has wrought. They view this as an outgrowth of Israeli foreign policy, and they don't like it. In a post-Trump future, they'll have little desire to repeat these interventions. Like the Rockefeller Republican of yore, the Shapiro Republican could go extinct entirely. Does this sound to you like they want that? Or does it sound like the tone is, these kids, they're angry, and reasonable guys like Shapiro, they're going to go away. You have to understand what the Rockefeller Republicans are from the point of view of the liberal class. That's them. That's them. They love that. They will love to live in a world where that is the range of choices. Rockefeller Republicans and MSNBC Democrats. They're the same people. It's the West Wing vision of politics, right? Where the disagreements are really minor and we all have a beer at the end of the day. They love that world. When you've got New York Magazine saying, man, he's going to go the way of the Rockefeller Republicans, it's almost the highest compliment that they could pay Ben Shapiro. That is the highest esteem they could possibly have for a conservative, would be to compare them to a Rockefeller Republican. All right, so to finish.
It's what they want, and it's what they hope for. And listen, maybe it will turn out that all these people who hate conservatism and what I consider to be traditional American principles, maybe they're right. Maybe it'll turn out that the future of the right, perverted by the algorithmic insanity of the internet, is sloppulism. You know, the Tucker-style grievance conspiracism, complete with the night-scratching demons. Or Candace Owens' usual brand of kookery. Or Nick Fuentes' transgressive Nazi cosplay. Or Theo Vaughn's man-child podcast illiteracy. Maybe that's where the right goes. Maybe that's what comes next. Maybe that's all facilitated by the click whoring of the Megyn Kellys of the world and justified by an appeal to audience numbers, because none of these people ever appeal to morality. They just point to their clicks. Maybe Idiocracy wasn't a satire. Maybe it was a prophetic documentary. But here's the thing from where I sit. That does not change one single thing for me. Not a single thing.
Yeah, and so he kind of goes on doing this Jimmy Stewart thing. I'm in this for the principles, God damn it. And you know what? I'm not gonna change who I am, and it doesn't matter if the show goes down. This is what I believe.
Well, he sounds like a Zionist liberal now. He sounds like a Zionist Democrat now, like the kind of guy who might write for New York Magazine, right? I'm pro-Israel, but I'm against racism. Somehow they square that in their brain, even though it's impossible to any sane person. I'm pro-capitalism, which so are the liberals. Like, you sound like a Democrat at this point, because if you're going to shed that anti-woke skin and just prioritize the United States relationship with Israel above all else, which at the end of the day is what he's prepared to do, then at that point you kind of sound like a Democrat, right? Now, of course, they're going to want to have it both ways. They can't shed that anti-woke skin because that's their entire brand, right? But again, how do you square that with unconditional support for a Jewish state committing a genocide? You can't. That's why their numbers are tanking.
Right. I mean, Tucker, you know, he's no dummy, and he's been around media his whole life. Yeah, he's got it exactly right. There's no real audience for that, especially the online audience, which skews younger. That's part of what's killing him. He'd do fine on Fox News, right? Because he has the politics of people who are over 55. We just saw that in that poll. But the conservatives who are online skew younger. There's no real online audience for what Shapiro represents, which at this point, yeah, I mean, it's Fox News conservatism, really. The anti-woke stuff, you know, I want to do this on Tuesday because I feel like there's a broader issue to cover here. Yeah, you know, they move from melting down about the Little Mermaid to now they're melting down about the Odyssey, right? Yeah. Like, how long can you keep that going? How long can you keep that going? Like, it just seems that's got to be diminishing returns. People after a while have got to get tired of they're ruining our stories. There's got to be a point.
Well, that's what I mean. At the point where that's not viable anymore, you may as well just become a Zionist liberal podcaster, right?
Right.
Call your show Zog Save America. There you go. Yeah. That's good.
Well, he's got Walsh over there to carry that water.
Yeah.
All right. So here's one of the shills, maybe paid, maybe not. You know, who knows? Megyn Kelly was wrong about Ben Shapiro. So was Candace and Tucker. They all were laughing about how the Daily Wire was a dying business and Ben Shapiro was irrelevant. If that's true, then how does Ben Shapiro rack up 1 million+ views on one video in a few short hours? He's referencing this video I just played. Irrelevant people don't constantly go viral. It's because Ben Shapiro has a moral code. He doesn't change his message based on the shifting culture. He doesn't pander for the clicks. Okay. All right. You know what sells in this business even better than sex? Blood sport. Blood sport. Any kind of fighting, controversy, that is the bread and butter of the online space. He just took a shot from New York Magazine, and this was his response. Of course it went viral. Of course it went viral. But took a look. How is the Daily Wire doing? I mean, I don't watch it, so I wouldn't know. All right, so they have 3.26 million subscribers. Yeah, it's pretty rough, man. I'm actually surprised. I assumed Walsh was still doing all right. And here he is, right in his race baiting comfort zone. history of white slavery. You would think he'd kill it with that. 6.6 thousand views. That's from a day ago.
Well,
I
Walsh
didn't
has
know
his
it was
own
that
channel.
bad over there.
I think Walsh's own channel does better than that. But I think the videos he posts to the Daily Wire master channel.
Well, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about.
Yeah.
Well, Shapiro's own channel, he does better.
Yeah.
But in terms of the Daily Wire business,
yeah.
Chinese birth tourism, the Texas loophole explained. 4.9 thousand views. Jordan Peterson, isn't he like fucking in a padded cell somewhere?
Yeah, I thought he was in like one of those like iron lung things.
I guess they're just replaying his greatest paranoia hits. Peterson's thoughts on God. Yeah, that's a valuable way to spend your time. 18,000 views. That's their big hit. All right, so compared to these whippersnappers, and by the way, and I'm not just saying this, everybody in different parts of the creator ecosystem is saying this. YouTube did something in January to the way that they tally views, and it kind of fucked everybody. Like everybody's down. So this is weaker numbers than we were doing, and we're about comparable with the Daily Wire. And we have 130,000 subscribers.
And this is with basically half the show, because a lot of these clips are just me, not with the dynamic duo, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Like these are weak numbers for us. I'm just coming back from China. And we're doing about the same as the Daily Wire. So, and you know, basically it's me, Keaton, and Jake over here. And they got, you know, a staff. They have people they have to support, you know, a meaningful workforce.
They have 300 Jews over there, and that's all they could do.
They have 300 IDF veterans working over there. So Drew Pavlo, Ben Shapiro has a completely normal personal life. His opponents include Nick Fuentes, closeted homosexual neo-Nazi, Candace Owens, schizophrenic black lady, Tucker Carlson, jihad defender paid off by Russia and Qatar. So you just go through this, like, who does this appeal to? Dan, but how do you say his name? Bilzerian?
Bilzerian, yeah.
Bilzerian. Muslim pimp, gambling drug addict who inherited his money from a Ponzi scheme and gave himself a heart attack in his 30s from snorting too much coke.
That is a good bio.
That is.
Put that on his cover letter.
We should see if he's available.
Yeah. Our next guest is Muslim pimp, gambling drug addict who inherited his money from a Ponzi scheme and gave himself a heart attack in his 30s from snorting too much cocaine. Please welcome to the program, Dan Bilzerian.
But hey, Elon likes it. This was his response to Shapiro's defense video here. Most podcasts I listen to at 2 times speed, but Banner is only at 1.5 times speed. So why is Elon Musk propping up Ben Shapiro? Well, in case you forget, I never get tired of this. There he is. There he is. Eyebrows is right there next to him. Right there next to him. Look, he did the whole humiliation tour. He did the whole humiliation tour. This is what's amazing to me about Elon stands, because Elon stands almost to a person is, pretty fixated on the Epstein files. How do you square that circle, man? How do you square that circle? Like you don't think Elon wanted to do this, right? Like there's nobody who thinks that Elon Musk likes Israel or Jews, right? Like nobody believes that, right? So what happened? Why'd he do that? Well, there you go, Epstein files. How many people will you be for the heli to the island? Probably just Tallulah and me. What day night will be the wildest party on your island? Yeah, nothing to see there. Nothing to see there. Nothing to see there. That's not why he's standing next to Ben Shapiro at Auschwitz. It's because Elon fucking Musk loves Israel. Yeah, okay. All right, sure. Now, somebody who legitimately loves Israel, Bot Younger, sorry. God bless and protect you, Ben. Now, this was much more typical of the responses. Israeli spies can kiss my ass. Well, you can go look for yourself, man. This is like 90 to 95% of the responses are negative. The crash and burn of you and your company has been one of the highlights of my entire year over a meme. No one voted for Israel first, you fucking traitors. And finally, just quoting his own words. Why does it matter what's in the Epstein files? Yeah. That is on Elon Musk's X. That is on the X platform. There is no constituency for this among younger people. And because the Daily Wire is an online business, that particularly screws them. Now, I think a lot of these businesses that are very visible, like Mark Levin, are just getting financed by Israel. I mean, we don't know that for sure, but we know that they just they just increased their Hasbara budget 500 freaking percent. They're throwing money in every direction. I'd be surprised if some of that money does not go into keeping these failed businesses out there, because based on market principles, the Daily Wire should be going into chapter 13 right now. It doesn't make any sense that it even exists. Now, is there a limit to how much Israel is going to be willing to put into it? If that is indeed the case, who knows? On a business basis, there's no future for what Shapiro represents. Even in the cable news realm, like Fox is the leper with the most fingers. That's not like a successful business. It's successful relative to its peers, but it's not something that draws a lot of people who actually watch it in the great scheme of things. And then this, you're talking about having a lesser audience at this point than that. That's not a viable business unless you're being financed by a foreign power.
Yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of ways they could do that too. I mean, it's not like somebody brings a duffel bag into the studio. You know, there's licensing, there's advertising, there's sponsorships. Right. There's all kinds of ways where, you know, you can keep things going beyond what their sort of organic reach could sustain in a truly sort of open market, you know. Yeah, there's all kinds of questions there. And yeah, no, Shapiro would do very well on Fox News. There's just a long line. I mean, Hannity does not retire. Levin is there. That's an older man's game. So, you know, you just got to stick it out for like 20 years. And I think he would do well on Fox because that is the audience. But of course, you know, by the time he would get in that chair, you know, a lot of those boomers, not to be morbid, would no longer be with us anymore. They'll be gone. Yeah. And so, you know, this next crop, we'll see where that goes. But obviously, you know, when you look at Shapiro making these anti-racist appeals to his audience by suggesting they've gone too far in their criticism of Israel, as if that makes them a bigot or something, just to hear these people browbeat their own followers about not being bigoted, your whole brand is grievance. Your whole brand is white grievance. That's the whole thing. And now you're going to sort of cordon off one faction of the population. No, but you can't go there with them. No, that dog ain't going to hunt. They're going to go to Fuentes. Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they? Right? Because he doesn't gatekeep in that way, right? He doesn't police them in that way. Nobody wants to feel corralled, right? And so yeah, no, he is the past, as they say in the conservative world. All right, let's move on along. You want to take some super chats and some Rumble rants? You want to read some?
All right. Yeah, let me pull it up. All right. It's over on this side.
Over on this side. Hey, while we're waiting, we're at 2275 in the YouTube chat. And we're at 671 in the like column. Got there early tonight. Please do smash that like button, everybody. Smash that subscribe button if you have not already. And same goes over on Rumble.
All right. Michael Castillo. What's up, brother? Good evening, gentlemen. I thought Keaton did great in Russell's absence.
Thank you.
Russ, your videos of the Orient are great and don't do the true beauty justice. The chemistry between the two of you is unmatched and is truly amazing. Thank you, man.
Thank you. Very kind.
It's good to be back. Vienticus Prime. Everything's a scam. Everything's a lie. Everything's hypocrisy. And so you don't comply. I don't. Abiding. Only 3 months into writing Corn Pop Chronicles, and there's already lots of buzz. We've got a Monday morning table read with Helen Shaw for a possible off-Broadway adaptation. Good stuff. French Laundry super sticker. Thank you. Thank you, French Laundry. Another one, super sticker. Thank you. Mishutski, super sticker. All right. Thank you, guys. Satanica, love from Bahrain, from a hospital bed once again. Oh, I'm sorry. I feel bad for not mentioning how well Keaton held down the fort in Russ's absence. Kudos. Of course he did. Of course he did. He's a pro. Mr. Azahills, great to see Comrade Russell back. Thank you. Patty Savage, super sticker. I had that comment on X. Russ, why don't you join the ACP already? New York chapter would love to have you. I'm like, well, it's the old Groucho Marx joke. Any club that would have someone like me as a member, right?
Right.
Jimmy Dore, my fave Jagoff. Just an update. Butt cancer guy here. Been a while, but after 6 weeks of radiation therapy, a combined total amount of 1,157 chemo pills and 6 liquid chemo treatments, I am in remission. Love you both. Oh, congratulations.
That is wonderful news. Congratulations. That is great to hear. Couldn't they just felch it out of you, though?
They can't. You should have talked
Can't
to
they just do that?
reached out to RFK.
Yeah, should have just emailed the Department of Health and Human Services. They'd have gotten the guy out there.
We've been looking for volunteers for a new experimental treatment. You don't mind a rat sucking on your ass, do you?
You know how Cuba, they send doctors around the world. We have a felching volunteer force. So we're gonna Felchers Without Borders. Yeah.
All right. Jimmy Dore, my favorite Jagoff. Also, if it comes back, Russ has to take another Asian trip, so it goes away again. You think that's what did it? All right, Vito P. Russell, be it ever so crumbled, there's no place like home. Welcome back. Cancer sucks. You all rock. You know what, man? I mean, those of you who follow me on X would have seen this post already, probably. So I went, I've been really exhausted and I came home kind of sick. So I didn't really even take a walk until yesterday. I usually take a walk every day. So I took a walk to Jackie Robinson Park, and it's one of those things you don't even think about until you've been removed from it. When you go to parks in Asia, you almost never see somebody alone. Almost never. You see people at least walking in twos, in pairs, usually walking in groups, and they dance, they exercise together, they do activities, they play board games. I go to the park here, and I filmed it to show people. I will drop this as a video. Almost every single person who walked in that park was by themselves. Almost every single person. The people in the park were all by themselves. Guy hitting the punching bag by himself. People sitting on the benches, all just one person. And it's the kind of thing you just kind of accept that until you've been someplace else where it's not like that. And then you come back, it's like, that is kind of fucked up. That is kind of weird.
Right.
That like everybody, and you see people, the way they interact, it's almost like everyone has a force field around them. It's like they go out of their way not to interact with another person. And in Asia, it's completely the opposite. They go out of their way to interact with each other.
Right.
So Michael in Taiwan. Thank you, man.
Thank you,
Is
Michael.
that I don't know how that translates, but I'll assume.
There we go.
I wonder how much of your audience got that Spiro Agnew reference. I mean, it is a politics show, so you're going to have a disproportionate number of politics geeks. Spiro Agnew, for those of you who don't know, was Nixon's vice president, who very much was kind of a pioneer in blaming the press the nattering nabobs of negativism. He's kind of known for that line about the press. Pete Sweet, the only person I got recognized by on my whole trip. Dan Bilzerian calls him a Fed. Got to agree. Had a loudspeaker telling Groypers to go into the Capitol, but never arrested. What's your take on Dan? Honestly, I don't know much about him. Keaton's more up on that kind of thing than I am, usually.
Yeah, I saw Jimmy's interview with Dan Bilzerian. He's talking about Fuentes. Yeah, it could be. I mean, it is suspicious that they were busting people left and right for January 6th for standing around doing nothing. And, you know, he did not get any heat drawn on him. But, yeah, I saw Bilzerian's interview on Jimmy. And, yeah, I mean, I was sympathetic to just about everything he said. I mean, he says, you know, when he talks about Jewish supremacy being a problem, like, I'm a Jewish guy, I agree with that. Like, I don't consider it anti-Semitic to call out Jewish supremacy. I think where he gets a little bit off message, and he would disagree, he would insist that this is part of his message, and that's fine. He's free to run his campaign, and he can say what he wants. I think when he gets into the culture war stuff, being like, well, the Jewish media is inserting homosexuality and transgenderism into the discourse, I think that's a little bit of a leap, as opposed to a more focused message about Israeli influence. Like, I think broadening it out to make like a big culture war argument, I don't think helps his cause very much. He would, of course, tell me to shut the fuck up. She would tell me to shut my filthy Jewish mouth and let him say,
call you a pencil neck geek.
Yeah, pencil neck Jew, a subversive Jew cocksucker, which is, you know, his right, if that's how he feels. So anyway, that's what I think about Dan Bilzerian. But yeah, and I thought, like, yeah, I don't think it's not anti-Semitic to analyze Jewish supremacy as a negative force in the world, because it obviously is. All right. You want to take one or two more, and then we'll move on?
Sure. Russell Spez of Mind. I stopped listening to Ben on October 8th. He started with I am a J. I see where you're going with that. I see where you're going. And SAR78. Russ, I definitely need to research what I need to do before China. I'll be there for 10 to 14 days next June 2027. You got plenty of time. I know about the Money app. It seems a lot. You know, get the translation apps. There's the one that's already built into your Apple phone. You should also get Baidu. I got Metro. I got AMAP because I was told Google wasn't going to work. Honestly, it worked just fine. And I wound up basically using that. It's a good idea to have those things as backups. And then, yeah, you need Alipay and WeChat. But I learned a lot of that on YouTube. Like, I've made a point of saying I'm not doing that kind of channel. But the people who do it are providing a great service for people who want to travel to those parts of the world. I picked up a lot from those channels.
All right. Let's take one more since it's a $50 one. We'll get that cowbell out of the way here. Thank you, Mountain Dew Ramen. Your neutral support of the truth does matter. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate that, my friend. Thank you for that kind donation. All right. We will move right on along here, folks. We are got 2,233 in the YouTube chat, 726 over on Rumble. Thanks, everybody, once again for being here. All right, so let's take a trip across the pond, shall we? They had some local elections last week, and the Labour Party took a bit of a bath. Starmer's Labour suffers huge losses as hard right reform gains in UK elections. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer is under pressure after his Labour Party faced a historic drubbing in local and regional elections that delivered sweeping gains for hard right reform UK, led by Trump ally Nigel Farage. Labour shed hundreds of local councillors across England, facing humiliation as it lost control of key authorities across its traditional heartlands, squeezed on all sides by Reform, the populist left-wing Green Party, and a loose coalition of anti-establishment independents angered over Gaza. In Wales, the party has lost power for the first time, with Plaid Cymru, the left-wing pro-Welsh Independence Party, coming first and Reform second. Sorry to our Brits who may or may not have taken issue with my pronunciation. You're just taking a guess there. With some results still outstanding, the overall picture will heap pressure on Starmer, an unpopular leader beset by speculation his colleagues may move against him. The results are tough. They're very tough, and there's no sugarcoating it, Starmer said Friday, as he dismissed calls to stand down. Tough days like this don't weaken my resolve to deliver the change that I promised, he said, though he acknowledged that voters were clearly unhappy about the pace of change that Labor had delivered. He vowed he was not going to walk away from those challenges and plunge the country into chaos. It's interesting that he would talk about the pace of change, because he would argue that to the right wing, change means progress, and they are averse to that. And then he would argue that to his left-wing opposition, the pace of change is too slow, meaning he still supports Israel and was threatening to ban pro-Palestine protests. And we've covered at length all of the censorship in the UK, some of which we will touch upon here. But, of course, a week after that vote happens, Tommy Robinson is back for his big gay march on London. Here's Elon Musk at last year's Unite the Kingdom rally. Here he is agitating for essentially civil war.
Whatever powers are available to suppress the people. And so I really think there's got to be a change of government in Britain. And you can't, we don't have another 4 years or whatever the next election is. It's too long. Something's got to be done. There's got to be a dissolution of Parliament and a new vote held. And really what matters is rallying the people of Britain, really getting the people of Britain to get the message out there, talk to your friends and family, and build a massive power base among the people. And like I said, you really got to appeal to the sort of average, the normal people that just want to go about their business. That they're sort of in a village somewhere, they're working, they just want to mind their own business. But you've got to point out to them that if we don't take action, they won't be able to mind their own business, because other people are going to come and maraud them. There's genuine risk of rape and murder, and the destruction of the country, and dissolution of the entire way of life. And so, yes, in the normal course of business, if things were, if you weren't under a massive attack, then people should go about their business and just live their lives. But unfortunately, if the fight comes to you, you don't have a choice. You have to fight. So you have to rally all of the people of Britain to fight for the future.
So if the fight comes to you, you have to fight. You don't have a choice. You can't just mind your business. So what you have to understand, folks, is these are the real accelerationists. A lot of people on the left think they are accelerationists. No, these are the accelerationists. These are the people who are actively cheering on the collapse of the social order, because they have the capital, the technology, and the power to recreate society the way they want it. That's what he's talking about there. Now, let's come back to planet Earth. Homicides at lowest level in nearly 50 years, the ONS says, this according to the BBC. Now, if you take a look, fewest homicides in England and Wales since 1977. Now, what's so amazing is, as an American looking at these numbers, we think you guys are crazy to be worried about this at all. Not that you shouldn't, worry about crime. Crime is a terrible thing. It destroys people's lives, and it's extremely disruptive and tragic when violent crime affects people, obviously. But in the UK, they apparently measure crime as victims per million people. Here in the United States of insanity, we measure it as victims per 100,000. So they're talking about 8 murders per million people. As like a moderate, crime season. We got cities in America where it's, 60 per 100,000.
Right.
So, I mean, big picture, the UK is remarkably safe. And even within its own context, which I understand, that's how you view your society, which is your right. I'm just trying to give you some context here. In America, we don't even measure it the same way you do. That's how fucking insane we are. Okay. Yeah. But you still have homicides at a relatively low point within the context of recent British history. But tell that to these people or these AI people. I don't know. That looks like it could be AI. Repost and like if you love what you see here. I wish you're a happy moment. Love, says Laura Hibbert. Yep, this is the Unite the Kingdom rally. And so Starmer prepared 4,000 officers for a day of protest in central London. Not only did they have Tommy Robinson's Unite the Kingdom rally, but they also had the Nakba Day protest going on at the same time. And so Keir Starmer decided that he was going to keep certain people out of the country lest things get too out of hand.
Is a reminder of what we're up against in the battle of our values. The organisers, including convicted thugs and racists, are peddling hatred and division, plain and simple. Their goal is to convince people that Britain's problems are caused by those living alongside them. But that is not the Britain that I know. This is a country built on decency, fairness and respect.
Oh, yeah.
A country that is at its best when people from different backgrounds come together in common purpose. This
to support Israel.
Is our country, with a majority who share those values.
To support Israel as it turns off the water in Gaza, which I proclaimed was their right to do.
Majority who may not
We're
always be
decent
as
people.
loud, but must always define who we are. So
we haven't kicked the natives in the back streets of Calcutta in at least half a
But we will
century.
act decisively against hatred. We will use the full force of the law when that hatred manifests as violence. And we will ban those coming into the UK who seek to stir it up, as we have done already.
Okay, now look, I'm against this, but it's rich seeing the chuds melt down at this because the Trump administration has done similar things. They're talking about screening people for anti-Semitism before they come into the country, revoking student visas if they say the wrong thing about Israel. But speaking of big gay parades, Benny Johnson says, after the Reform Party humiliated Labor in elections, Keir Starmer smeared the Unite the Kingdom rally as extremist and banned conservatives from entering the country. Oh, you mean the way Marco Rubio does, people who say the wrong thing about Israel. It's funny, I didn't hear a single tweet from him about that. No opposition to that. When censorship comes for you is when it's a big problem, right?
Yeah.
The people of England's response, tens of thousands flooding the streets. Tens of thousands flooding the streets. Tommy Robinson tweets out, first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they call you gay, then they laugh at you more, then they say, no, seriously, this seems kind of gay. Then they fight you. then you win. Here's some of Tommy Robinson's.
Then they invite you into a hotel room with 6 guys and a bag of coke.
They think to themselves, I bet half the men in this march here have thought to themselves, I could probably give a better blowjob than most women. I mean, really, how hard could it be? Seems fairly simple and straightforward.
I have the equipment. I have the equipment.
Maybe I'll try it sometime, So anyway, here's some excerpts from Tommy Robinson's speech here, encouraging people to get involved in the fight to save Britain from the Browns who are going to kill you.
We cannot go home from this event and go back to sleep. We can't, okay? Locally, we have to get organised. That's why I'm saying join your local political party. Get involved as an activist. We saw the election results last week. Congratulations to anyone who become an activist for reform and send that message. Congratulations to the Patriots that have just shocked Keir Starmer. But the message has to be, unless we get organised, unless we get ready, then there's going to be no answer. But violence is coming to us. It's already here. Hostile communities have been imported into our nation who are not going to integrate, they're not going to assimilate. It's
and I'm
heading
not
to a
talking about
clash.
the Jews.
We can beat that through the ballot box, but we have to wake up the 50% that don't vote. I see that as our job, as a cultural movement, to get the people registered to vote, to get them active, get them ready, and show me now, I know you're activists, because you've travelled here. You've travelled from far and wide, spent your money, you've come to London to send a message. Do you know the most beautiful thing? The entire world is watching us right now. Oh, the labels, do you know Keir Starmer's video yesterday? He still thinks we're 5 years ago. Because that worked 5 years ago, Keir. The scaremongering, the racist label, the fearmongering, the far right. It doesn't work anymore, does it, people?
Our friends in Israel have increased their Hasbara budget to £750 million.
Yeah, we're in business. Tommy Robinson takes the mic and gives an unhinged speech at the Unite the Kingdom rally and says that 66% of the murders in the United States last year were committed by illegal immigrants.
Murdered, I see children raped, I see these mass killings. I think, where are the parents to speak up? To use that opportunity to warn the rest of the country. Your doors are not safe. They're bringing in criminals, rapists, murderers. Do you know last year in the United States of America, 66% of the murders.
By the way, don't think it's lost on us. We are going to do a piece on this. It'll be clipped separately if you're watching the clip. See a lot of old Iranian monarchist flags in the crowd, which we will get to in the next clip. Just in case you're watching this clip, don't think that was lost on us. It was absolutely not.
Were by illegal immigrants.
66% of murders.
6% of the murders were by illegal immigrants. That means 66% of the murders didn't have to happen. We need our own ICE. Europe needs its own ICE. Get these criminals, round them up, and get them out of our country.
Europe needs its own ICE. Wow. So they saw those ICE raids and they thought, wow, we need that here. Yeah. Because Texas is the only state that systematically records the immigration status of people arrested and convicted of crimes, it serves as the primary benchmark for researchers. The data shows that the Cato Institute, Libertarian Institute, not a left-wing institute, using Texas Department of Public Safety data, found that native-born Americans were convicted of homicide at a rate of 3 per 100,000, while undocumented immigrants were convicted at a rate of 2.2 per 100,000. Native-born Americans roughly 45% more likely to be arrested for homicide and 26% more likely to be convicted than undocumented immigrants. So he pulled that number. 2/3 of all murders were done by illegal immigrants, just straight out of his ass. But he's not done. He says for the Brits here to get fight ready, get fit and fight ready, because a fight is coming.
Is what they're doing, yeah? Men, are you ready to get fit? Are you ready to become the best version of yourself? As men,
this is not a gay rally. Are you ready to get fit? Are you doing your Kegels?
Everyone pull up your shirt. I want to see those washboard abs.
I want to see those.
Come feel them myself.
Now keep breathing. Don't hold your breath. You just want to squeeze that area under your balls and above your asshole.
Guess what I got here? I got special Tel Aviv lube, courtesy of our sponsors.
Yeah, get fit and fight ready.
Let me tell you how important it is what they're doing.
I'm gonna rob a date.
Are you ready to get fit? Are you ready to become the best version of yourself? As men, British men, we need to get fight ready because a fight's coming to this country. These men are not holding meetings in parks to talk about immigration. It's nothing to do with politics.
So don't hook up. The cruise, we call it. We used to call it cruising.
Cruising.
You look at the fella, and if he looks back at you, pretty soon you've got a nice wet mouth on your wee-wee.
Join there and start going there to talk about politics. But men, go on that QR code. Form a community in your towns and cities. And let me tell you, in the next 12 to 24 months, the world's going to look on and they're going to view British men as the strongest men. British men coming together, forming alliances, and getting ready for the battle of our lifetime.
Yeah, get ready for the battle of your lifetime. Now, you know, this is a very censorious country.
Kind of men who can have a train run on them in a public park and then come to a rally like this right after. I know some of you fit that category.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll tell me that's not a gay rally. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's my opinion. That is my opinion, and I am entitled to it. Not that there's anything wrong with it. But you're talking about a country here that tried to throw Kneecap in jail for displaying a flag at a concert that an audience member threw onto the stage. You're talking about a country that has done mass arrests of pro-Palestine protesters. You're talking about a country that just last week, UK Starmer eyes banning some pro-Palestine protests, which many people felt was in anticipation of this rally. In other words, suppress the Nakba Day crowd so that there aren't clashes with the Popinjay crowd here, with the Tommy Robinson the Muslims are coming to get you rally. So UK Starmer eyes banning some pro-Palestine protests. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer says some pro-Palestine marches could be banned, and people who use the phrase "globalize the Intifada" could be prosecuted. Now, we've said this many times before. That is not a call for violence. You know what kind of is a call for violence? Get fit, because the fight is coming to you. To be clear, I think he has the right to say that. I'm not for censoring this. I don't think they should have shut down this rally. I don't think they should have barred people from entering in. I'm a free speech guy. That goes all ways, all the time. Otherwise, there's no point in being a free speech guy. But the point is, this guy gets up on stage and yells that into a microphone. Meanwhile, you're threatening people with arrest and possible jail time for saying a phrase that is actually not a call for violence, right? Based on an interpretation that it's a call for violence, they're threatening legal action against people. In an interview broadcast by the BBC on Saturday, Starmer advocated for tighter language restrictions at pro-Palestine marches, adding that in some cases, rallies could be prohibited altogether. Well, there was a Nakba Day march going on at the same time that the Tommy Robinson rally was going on. And so here's a little bit of that.
And the deaths of innocent children.
To me personally, participating in today's march is being visible on one of the most important issues of our time, which is the freedom of the Palestinians, because the freedom of the Palestinians, quite frankly, is all of our freedom. And it's so important for us as people to recognize that our liberties, our livelihoods, and our lives are tied to the liberties, livelihoods, and lives of others, especially when our governments are complicit. I want the British government held accountable. I want the Israeli government held accountable. I want the Israeli Jewish settlers held accountable. I want British Zionist Jews in this country that manufacture consent for evil to be held accountable.
So these, by the way, are the barbaric hordes that the Tommy Robinson rally is warning about.
I want accountability and justice. That's why I'm here.
These are the people who are coming
It's
for
more
you.
than just the people. The people of Palestine have been suffering
It's
for
like
years,
28 days
and we
later
need to bring
over
a
here.
stop to it.
Yeah.
The people of Palestine deserve peace. That's their land. They deserve peace, and this is about humanity. All these people are here. They're here for humanity. Everyone should be coming to the marches. Look how many people are here. This is about community. When community comes together, the government listens. We have to all come together. We have to all unite.
We have to stop making weapons. We have to stop selling weapons to the world. And that's my main concern. I feel the British government has been very, very complicit in being dishonest about how, they made weapons for Israelis, but many other regimes. It's a continuous, intentional, institutionalized targeting of Palestinian people everywhere they are.
Now, notice they have to watch what they say very carefully, lest they say the wrong thing. You see the cops walking around. Tommy Robinson can go up there and say the fight is coming to you. Elon Musk last year, you're not going to be able to just live your lives normally. If the fight comes to you, you have to fight back. Yeah. The Tommy Robinson types,
die, he said.
Exactly. They are the accelerationists. They are the ones who seek to bring about the collapse of the social system because they are in a position to pick up the pieces of that and to remake that. And that's what you're seeing. You're seeing agitating for a fight. They say it openly. And, the fact that the government is so much more restrictive of pro-Palestine speech than they are of these guys just shows you the priorities of the British government, which is just completely lost its fucking mind. And to be clear, I would just want to reiterate this because I don't want this to get lost. I think both rallies should be allowed to go on relatively unencumbered. I don't believe anybody's speech should be policed. But to see for 2.5 years the extraordinary lengths to which the British government has gone to persecute people for saying things that the government interprets as incitement. And then you got this guy coming on saying, get strong, the fight's coming to you. You're not going to be able to live your lives peacefully. The fight's coming. They're going to come. They're going to kill you. We need ice here. It just shows you what kind of double standard exists throughout the West.
It is kind of amazing watching this. I'm sure there's been a lot of scholarship on this. I've heard people talk about it. I've never really looked into this angle. The English-speaking countries seem to be particularly fucking deranged for some reason. Like, yeah, you've got a general European colonial history that informs their politics and postures. But the English-speaking countries seem to be a special kind of nuts. Like that rally, do you really see that in like Italy?
Right.
Do you really see rallies like that? You know what I mean? Like this seems to be, I mean, I guess like you have strains of that in Greece, but it just doesn't seem to be on this scale. This kind of just crazy grievance, fascism and the irony is, these are all countries that have a history of colonizing the people that they claim are now going to victimize them. It's just amazing that you in all of these former colonizing countries that still in many cases, maybe in all cases, have these policies of economic colonization without actually sending the troops in, that they're so obsessed with the idea that the people that they have robbed and exploited for centuries are victimizing them.
Right.
It's very, very strange, especially having just come from a part of the world that was victimized so deeply by the West for so long. And, those people, you talk to Vietnamese people about Americans, well, we don't forget, but we're all friends now.
Right.
Such grace. These people don't even have grace in victory. They raped and robbed these countries, continue to do it, paid no real consequences for it. None, and maybe that's part of the problem. And still want to jump up on a stage and scream about how these people are coming to get them. And you have a lot of people to whom that appeals. Like, hey, no place is perfect. Every place has its problems. But this whole white grievance thing, this is kind of unique on planet Earth as far as I can see. That you have these people who are in such an incredibly privileged position, who have committed such horrific crimes against the groups they say are victimizing them, and that you can animate so many people with that appeal with absolutely no sense of how crazy it is for you of all people to be making this kind of a claim that you're the victims of the people you victimized for centuries. It's very strange, man. I don't know of anything like that anywhere else in the world.
Well, necessary to inform that is a certain moral nihilism. And I was going to get into this a little bit in the next piece, but I guess we can talk about it now. You're forced to adopt this clash of civilizations framing, which divorces morality from the entire question. What I mean by that is you must take the position that if we don't get them, they're going to get us. That's it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's it. Like whether we're right or
that's
wrong.
what Israel does. Right?
That's what Israel does. Exactly. Right. Like whether we're right or wrong, the fact of the matter is we're here. We have families. They're going to come destroy us and destroy our families unless we destroy them. That takes the politics out of it. It takes the morality out of it. Now, all of a sudden, this is just a fight for survival. And that's the only way they can understand it. and live with themselves at all, because it's the only way that makes any kind of sense, right? They just think of this as, well, this is what's necessary for self-preservation, for survival, right? Which takes the question of morality sort of out of the whole thing. And that's why it's a very bleak, very nihilistic way to look at the world. And that's why, just like the Zionists, they have to construct this imaginary reality in order to accommodate that framing. Like 2/3 of American murders were committed by illegal immigrants. Not true at all. But you have to force yourself to believe that in order to portray the stakes as so existential as to justify your position, which is, if we don't go to war with them, they're going to come to war with us, right? I mean, that's the only way you can really justify a civil war, because civil war is hell. It's the worst thing a civilization can go through. You literally have brothers killing brothers, right? And so how do you justify that? However you can. And that almost always involves concocting certain narratives out of thin air. And that's what they've done. All right, let's move right on along. Okay, so we're talking about the Tommy Robinson Unite the Kingdom rally. But it's not just the United Kingdom that they're trying to unite. If you take a look around, you'll notice for an ultra-nationalist white Christian rally, a lot of Middle Eastern flags in the crowd there. But not just any Middle Eastern flags. No, Iranians have now joined the British people for the Unite the Kingdom rally, waving the flag of the Pahlavi dynasty. That's right. The Shah Simp flags were out in full force in London. Right now in London, Iranians who escaped the mullah's hell are standing with Tommy Robinson and British patriots at the Unite the Kingdom rally. We're with them 100% against the Islamist cancer wrecking both our countries. The left imports this shit, then cries racism when we push back. Tommy's been right all along. Okay. You know what imports this shit? Bombing the hell out of these countries. If you don't want the shit, quote unquote, to come into your country, maybe leave them the fuck alone, right? But no, they don't. They don't put two and two together in that way. They stand with the Iranian diaspora monarchists in order to save the West. Mukhtar points out, I thought these lot didn't like foreign flags on their streets. Look at this, hundreds of them. A lot of Iranian monarchists there. And that is not an accident, and that is not something that Tommy Robinson did not see coming and account for. So here he is, doing his Iran war propaganda for this anti-establishment crowd. They're so edgy. They're so anti-establishment, right? They are no such thing. They are no such thing. Let's take a look.
You've all turned up here today. And the biggest risk we face today, you might lose your job. You might get called a racist. You might get condemned by your neighbours.
You might be a racist.
And many people fear that in this country, right?
Probably are.
So I want to take a minute now for every one of you to think about this. The biggest fighters that I've witnessed in our generation, I see so many of their flags flying here today.
Yeah, so do we.
It's the people of Persia. Okay? And I don't care about any criticism from our detractors who talk about other flags being at our demonstration, okay? I want to recognise that...
I don't care about the real Nazis in the crowd who are like, what's this foreign flag doing here? Let me tell you something. There's an exception. There's an exception to every rule. Get
Even
out.
their Fuhrer worked with the Japanese.
Yeah, exactly. They were the Aryans of the East. You ever heard of it?
Those women and the men, but the women in Iran, they don't come out to protest worrying about losing their job. They come out knowing they're going to be executed, and still they come out. Still they come out. They come out to stand against exactly what we're uniting against. A supremacist, tyrannical ideology which has enslaved them. So I want to take a minute now. The IRGC is not the Iranian people. The Iranian people are rich in culture and identity. And there's so many of them here today. We support them. We do not support a terrorist regime. I want to bring a flag up now And I want every one of you to give a round of applause to the people resisting tyranny, to the people fighting for freedom in Iran. Get that flag on the stage. Let me see a round of applause.
As you can see, happy to make an exception. And Tommy Robinson, of course, is just a war pimp. Here he is in March 22nd. How close does Iran have to be able to strike the UK? The answer is that they could theoretically already be able to do it. Do people still want to do nothing? Honest question. Tommy Robinson, Iran is a blueprint of what Islam does to a country if left to rot it from within, dragging society backwards. Free Iran. And they even did this stunt here on stage. They even brought some women up in burqas and had them strip into professional managerial class Western garb.
All right, keep going, love. Don't stop with the burgers. Didn't I see you three on OnlyFans?
Hello, London!
Truly liberated. Oh, those are Brits.
Free
I
the
guess they
nipple,
just did
that's
that.
what I say.
So they couldn't even get some Muslim women to come up and do that. They had to have British women dress up as repressed Muslim women and have them do that stunt there. Yes, they did. And of course, this is really what's behind all this. Good find here by Chris Minahan. Tommy Robinson is filmed in attendance at the Zionist Organization of America's 2026 Florida Gala, the most important, most Zionist event of the year. And yes, that is a quote from one of the organizers. So there he is in the crowd. Let's take a look.
Welcome to the most important, the most Zionist event of the year. The Zionist Organization of America is the only active Jewish organization that has been leading the Zionist charge for nearly 130 years.
COA stands for the uncompromised truth.
The ZOA sends a powerful message that Jewish pride is not something to be hidden and support of Israel is not something to apologize for.
You're fierce. You're lions. You're always in the fight. I'm not giving up without a fight, and I know the rest of you feel the same way too.
It's not an American issue. It's a Western civilization issue. We are fighting for our civilization, and it is an all-in battle.
So that is Tommy Robinson's lot there. And, you know, it's kind of interesting. You say, well, he's this far right, you know, white supremacist, white nationalist, racist. Why would the Jewish people welcome someone who is often described as sort of Nazi adjacent, if you will, into their clique? Well, that is the $1 million question.
Zionists worked with the Nazis.
Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. That is the $1 million question. So the Jewish Defense League and far-right parties find common ground. This is way back in December of 2011. Notice those British flags there. Extremist Jewish factions and far-right parties team up against Islamization, despite the latter's anti-Semitic past. So see, this is not about respect for Judaism or protection of the Jewish people. This is about hatred of Muslims and Arabs. That is the common characteristic between Zionists and far-right European white supremacists. And they're happy to ignore all of that about each other and it comes to defending the West against Islam. And it's all filtered through this clash of civilizations narrative, which accommodates the imperative of empire. And that is the function that Tommy Robinson serves. He's not anti-establishment. He's not edgy. He's just a different version of Ben Shapiro to funnel you into an imperialist operation through a different means. Right-wing movements previous, so once again, this is from 2011, so this is 15 years ago. Right-wing movements previously associated with anti-Semitic and neo-Nazi ideologies are increasingly opting for a surprising tactic to garner legitimacy within mainstream politics, forging alliances with extremist Jewish organizations under the banner of fighting Islamization. Far-right parties are professing a newfound love of Israel as a way of escaping their past anti-Semitism and racism, and to justify their prejudice toward European Muslims as not being racist. Look at that. See how they launder it through that? Right? Toby Archer, a researcher who studies far-right parties and the counter-jihad blogosphere, explained to Al Jazeera. Parties like the British National Party, the BNP, in the UK, Vlaams Belang in Belgium, and the National Front in France are all coming out from a neo-fascist past. These parties have stopped using anti-Semitic rhetoric, Archer said, which had prevented them from attracting support. It is important to distinguish between the traditional far right, who are historically anti-Semitic, and the populist new right, who have emerged in the last 2 decades and partaken in anti-Muslim discourse, he said. That's the glue that holds all of it together. The English Defense League, closely linked to the BNP, is a right-wing anti-Islamic extremist group based in the UK. The EDL has gained notoriety for its aggression against British Muslims and its links with neo-Nazi groups. Last year, it moved to garner support within the Jewish community by officially opening a Jewish division open to represent the Jews who are fighting against Islamization, according to a statement. Who gets a name drop here? One Tommy Robinson, a spokesperson for the EDL, said one of the group's fundamental beliefs was that as a shining star of democracy, Israel has the right to defend itself. Signs of lingering anti-Semitism within the UK's far right have not stopped the Jewish Defense League, a group from the U.S. Federal Bureau of Investigation considers a violent extremist organization, from eagerly accepting a partnership with the EDL. So while Tommy Robinson was a spokesperson for the EDL, they joined forces with the JDL, which was a designated violent extremist group by the United States government. See how they set those differences aside, and you see how conveniently that happens? You see how convenient that is for the empire. Now, just to note, Tommy Robinson did step down from the group in 2013 in order to pursue more pro-democratic approaches, quote unquote, such as rallies like this, where he'll say out of one side of his mouth, yeah, make sure you get registered to vote and congratulations to the Reform Party on their victories. And out of the other side of his mouth, get fit and ready to fight because the fight is coming to you. But it's not a coincidence or a surprise that you had a large faction of people there to support the Iran war. And, you know, this is really kind of a metaphor for how this populist right movement was just hoodwinked and funneled into the same imperialist warmongering bullshit that a Ben Shapiro Daily Wire type outfit would funnel you into. Like Russ says, different traps for different mice, right? They have to funnel different groups of people into the same basic framework, right? The New York Magazine loving liberals. Oh, isn't that a shame that the right has lost its mind? Why can't they come home to Ben Shapiro? Ben Shapiro has his lane. Tommy Robinson has his lane. But this is not an anti-establishment rally. This is a pro-Western, pro-imperialist rally. And the common DNA of all of these movements is not only a sense of superiority over Muslims and Arabs and anyone, you know, basically west of a certain line that they draw in the European continent, but a certain convincing of themselves, as I mentioned in the last segment, of existential stakes, which allows them to divorce morality from the question altogether. That's where unlikely partnerships between the EDL and the JDL are formed, because they both have one thing in common, and it's the most important thing to them, which is a sense that there just isn't enough room in this world for Christians, Jews, and Muslims to coexist peacefully. That's what they think. That's what they think. So you talk about a supremacist ideology. The supremacist ideology is very broad, and it's shared amongst much of the West, be they Tommy Robinson rally goers or Daily Wire subscribers.
Yeah, I mean, what really strikes me watching all of this, not just this, I mean, much of, if not all of our political discourse in America, it's all fake. I mean, it's all fake. It's all astroturfed. Like it's all just being funded by shadowy interests who are, prop up figures like Robinson and
in
have
this case,
them
it's
appeal,
fake and very gay.
fake and gay,
fake and quite gay,
and have them appeal to a population that has no sense of purpose and meaning. That is, I think, part of the difference that, coming back from this trip, I'm seeing between the East and the West. Capitalism is kind of inherently nihilistic. There's no overriding social project by definition.
Right.
So, they'll invoke ideas like freedom and democracy, but that's not really working anymore, because it's obvious to anyone with half a functioning brain that they have absolutely no control over their government. So the invocation of freedom and democracy just doesn't even hold up. And that was always kind of vague, right? Like, what does that mean? Right? How is that like a collective social effort? So as people's conditions deteriorate, so even these kind of vague invocations of freedom and opportunity don't really make sense anymore. Like there's not even that vague concept of some kind of a collective project there. You got to feed them increasingly bizarre, cultish movements and ideological postures just to make them keep them from eating a bullet. Like you're just giving them some kind of false sense of purpose, of mission, of meaning. And also they're increasingly desperate to explain to the plebs why their lives keep getting worse. All of this is aimed at making sure they never look at Elon, right? They got to look at Elon like, yeah, he's with us in the fight against those people who are not white, who are coming to rape our daughters and kill us or something, right? Like they have to keep you seeing them that way,
right?
Or you're going to be a danger to them. Meanwhile, they're building out the infrastructure not to have to worry about this anymore. Watch. Once they have all the cameras, once they have all the digital infrastructure in place, they're not going to manipulate you into these kind of bullshit rallies anymore. They won't need to. You're not going to be able to fight them. This is to keep you busy while they put all the cameras in place.
And then it'll be peace on earth, as they say.
It'll be peace on earth, yes.
All right. This is a quick one, folks, but in case you weren't thoroughly convinced by now that the Unite the Kingdom rally was some sort of fake and gay psyop, here's Mr. Fake and Gay himself. Nick Shirley is in attendance. Apparently, he's a fixture at these things. He really.
You think they'll let him and Nick Fuentes adopt a child?
Yeah, exactly. That'll be the big civil rights battle of our time. But yeah, he is apparently a fixture at these rallies. Here he is talking to Rebel News, talking about how he's been there before and how he's very upset that certain people were not granted visas to come into the UK for this one.
For the past 3 years now. Each year they get bigger and bigger, and I do think something is brewing here inside the United Kingdom. Every year people are more and more upset because of what's happening inside their country, and so I think it's something important for people to be aware of.
Are you aware that you might be banned in the future?
I heard that those that speak today might be banned. I sure hope that's not the case, but it could be inevitable. I sure hope it's not, though.
What do you think of the fact that Keir Starmer used executive power to revoke visas of people who were supposed to speak or just attend? My boss have been banned. He's a journalist. He just wanted to cover this massive event. What do you think of that, of Keir Starmer doing this?
I think it's crazy. A lot of these people here, I mean, this is the United Kingdom, right? A lot of these people here don't even feel like they can speak. We're a country in the West. We should be able to, the people of Great Britain should be able to have freedom of press here.
Like the people who are trying to protest for Palestine.
Right. Who get arrested for
terrible.
wearing a shirt. Yeah. Yeah. Getting arrested for a T-shirt. Threatened with jail.
I almost got
over a
arrested the other
concert?
day. A guy asked me for directions. I started saying, well, you got to go from the river. A cop all of a sudden comes up to me.
Yeah. Don't finish it. Don't finish that.
We have the freedom of press inside the United States. They should also have that here inside the United Kingdom. This is one of the main countries in the West that many countries have looked up to for a very long time. And when you see an attack on freedom of speech like that, it really makes you wonder where this country's going.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, just kind of crazy. You are aware that your government is disallowing certain people from entry to the United States based on their opinions, aren't you? Well, if you thought that lacked self-awareness, wait till you get a load of this. Here is Nick Shirley getting a USA, USA chant going in London. And the contents of his speech here are kind of rich from the MAGA boy genius himself.
USA! USA!
Today I've walked with some of you here, and as I was walking, one sign really crossed my mind. There was a sign today that said we did not vote for open borders, digital ID, two-tier policing, higher taxes, loss of free speech, pedophiles in politics, higher cost of living. Now,
You don't say.
You don't want two-tier justice system, pedophiles in politics, or loss of free speech, do you? Oh, no, they didn't vote for that.
That would be
or
terrible.
Higher cost of living, really.
Will call you far right, and your prime minister will call you guys dangerous. But the ideas of freedom of speech are not dangerous, or the idea that you want to know who your neighbor is does not make you dangerous. It means that you have common sense. We live in a world where common sense is becoming somewhat abstract to have. A lot of people don't have it these days. In the United States,
Not really.
This
commanding
kid's
the
a
crowd.
moron.
Yeah, it's just a moron.
This kid's a moron.
Just a moron.
That's why I keep saying, man, keep talking about this offline. Like, I just don't understand it. Like, there are thousands of people in this country who are ready to shill for the people who are funding Nick Shirley, who are not legally regarded. Why did they prop up this guy? I don't understand it.
Yeah, he can barely talk.
Like, he's so obviously dumb, like fundamentally dumb.
There was a sign that crossed my mind today.
don't have it these days.
It's like Carmine Jr.
In the United States,
We're in a Stagmire.
we let an entire state commit billions of dollars in fraud because we were afraid, our politicians were afraid of being called racist or Islamophobic for speaking out against the fraud. Here in the United Kingdom, you guys had young women be raped by gangs.
See, here in the United Kingdom, oh, wait, that's right. You guys have free childcare. Oh, okay. I guess I can't do the childcare fraud. What about Medicare fraud? Oh, wait, you guys have free healthcare.
Yeah,
Okay,
there's that.
Okay,
Yeah.
so what am I going to go to? Oh, yeah, you're great. Yeah, that's it. That's the old standby.
Or Islamophobic for speaking out against the fraud. Here in the United Kingdom, you guys had young women be raped by gangs of men, and your politicians allowed it because they're afraid of being called a racist or Islamophobic. That does not make you a racist for speaking truth.
I mean, what can you say? What can you say? If
He's got that crowd in the palm of his hand.
Yeah, no, he is quite the dynamic speaker there. I mean, if that doesn't tell you how astroturf this is, I don't know what does. the fact that that guy's been there, a fixture of that event for the past 3 years. There he is, bringing the house down. Yeah, he's just dumb. He's just dumb. And, he can't even
I don't think he knows
the
what
audience.
abstract means.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And then he starts the USA chant. It's a Unite the Kingdom rally. USA. USA. Couldn't really get the...
Some of you here, and as I was walking, one sign really crossed my mind.
One sign really crossed my mind. No, it just shows you that there's a very low bar to entry in this space. You know what I mean? You could really make a lot happen with very, very little. And you can get a speaking gig at Tommy Robinson's rally if you peddle the right line of shit, which apparently he does. Yep. All right. Let's move right on along here. We'll take some super chats and some Rumble rants in just a moment. Before we do that, let me just give a quick word from Rumble Wallet. So I got a quick question for you all. How much control do you actually have over your money now? Because technology has changed everything, and now it's changing the way money works. And so Rumble is getting in on that, and they are integrating that innovation into the creator economy. And so we here are talking about Rumble Wallet because they take a lot of that complexity and they make it super simple for you. You can choose what you want: Bitcoin, dollar-backed stable coins, or even digital gold backed by real gold. There's no complicated setup. It connects with MoonPay, so you can use your credit card, your debit card, or your bank and be up and running in minutes. And once you're set up, you can even support your favorite Rumble creators like us directly in a way that lets us keep nearly 100% of what you send us because the platform takes 0 fees. So to get started, scan the QR code that's on the screen right now, or you can click the link in the description or the chat and download Rumble Wallet. You can also go to wallet.rumble.com. From there, you can set up your wallet, tap buy to get started. Sending a Rumble rant through your Rumble wallet is just the same as sending it any other way. It does not take any extra steps. It's super simple, it's super user-friendly, and it helps support the free speech creator economy here on Rumble. So you can get started in just a few minutes. Go to wallet.rumble.com, download the Rumble wallet from the App Store, or scan the QR code to get started. Okay, let's take some Rumble rants and super chats here. Flaming Leg says, welcome back, Russ. There you go.
Thank you.
Gina and Heidi, I got a tattoo of Shapiro. When I take a crap, it looks like he's smoking a cigar. Thank you. That's clever. That's clever. Good thought. The Anticus Prime. Well, I will say that Nick Fuentes is a gay Ben Shapiro. Ha ha. Axel Strife, their views are weak and ours are beautiful. That's right, Axel. Thank you, Axel Strife. Brandon Guillory. Let's go, Brandon. OG. Muppy the Puppy. Drew Pavlo's insults give away the game. Candace equals black. Nick equals Mexican. Queer. Tate equals Muslim. He is othering everyone who isn't a Zionist Jew. Thank you, Muppy the Puppy. That's right. Jim Taleb, thanks for the $2. Appreciate that. George Gunnell. The recent images taken from the Artemis mission of Shapiro's eyebrows are mind-blowing. Ha, good one. Tusker, thanks for the $50, Tusker.
Thank you.
Let's have a cowbell for Tusker. Thanks so much. Says, welcome back, Russ. Keaton, you did a great job. Prayer bell, that's right. Welcome back, Russ. Keaton, you did a great job holding down the fort, but glad you two are back together. Thank you, Tusker. And you helped me hold down the fort. Tusker hosted a Sunday show.
I did.
So thank you for your help, of course. Where's Skill? Thanks for the $5. How can ultra-Zionist Harvard Law Nipple Baby fail at media? Yeah. Vanticus Prime. Agnew was also Nixon's servant robot in Futurama. Oh, is that right? Did they make him that as well? Russ. W.M. Sapphire wrote that
William
Mattering
Sapphire.
Song. Oh, line for Agnew.
All right. Yeah, he was a speechwriter. Yeah.
Mark Pugliese. Hey, Russ, why wasn't Myanmar on your trip? What's the story with that? Didn't you ask him that last time?
Can't go everywhere, man.
Yeah, can't go everywhere.
I was fucking on the road for 4 months. What do you want from me?
Why didn't you do this?
You didn't go to Micronesia?
Yeah.
What do you mean you go to Micronesia?
Poser.
Easter Island? Why did you go to Easter Island?
Zabinali, thanks for the $10. Why don't I see my name displayed? I asked a long time ago and never got an understandable response. What do you mean your name displayed? Your name displayed where? On the patron scroll?
It means on the patron scroll.
Yeah, just send us an email with your name and we'll check it out. But it should be automatically on there. Thank you, Zabinali. John Smith, I vote to name the robot Little Tracy. Haha, good one. Nong 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 says, up until last week, I thought Dan Bilzerian was the raw liver guy. Yeah, he does kind of look like that guy, right? What's that guy's name? What do they call that guy? The Liver King?
I forgot. The Liver King, but I forget what his real name is.
Yeah. EO Shush, thanks for the $5. Welcome back, Russ. Keaton really let the DD community down while you were gone. Not one story about Disney or Star Wars the entire time you were gone. Do better, Keaton. Yeah, I couldn't get that in.
You know, I don't get that, man. I don't even get why you would say that. I did that video essay on Star Wars, and what did I say when I did it? I said, this is my final word on this matter. Have I done one Star Wars story since then?
No, although we are going to probably do an Odyssey story on Tuesday.
I'm going to do an Odyssey story because it raises interesting questions, because me and Keaton both come out of theater where Joseph Papp started the tradition of blind casting classical back in the 60s at New York Theater Workshop, not New York Theater Workshop, at the Public Theater. So it's an interesting kind of question. Like, film is more expected to kind of document some kind of reality to make you feel like you're in reality. So that's been a harder transition in film. And I can understand that. Like, theater is something where, you know, you could feasibly take a blue cloth to represent rain, right? So it's a little easier to make people accept that, especially with classical, which is very removed from our world. But they seem to have a harder time accepting it in film. So yeah, we'll talk about it Tuesday.
Yeah. What was the thing?
Because they made Helen of Troy, they casted black.
Right.
What's her name? Lupita. Yeah, she got cast as Helen of Troy. There are rumors.
I was thinking of Joan of Arc. Why was I thinking Joan of Arc? That makes no sense.
I could see that. Yeah, Helen of Troy. There are unconfirmed rumors of Elliot Page doing the Ghost of Achilles. I'd be very freaking surprised if they're actually doing that. So yeah, man, I mean, it's this whole like blind casting question. Obviously, there's a lot of like, if you're going to make the argument, well, they were Greek, but it's a mythical story.
Yeah, it's a mythical story.
Yeah, I agreed with not casting Cleopatra black because Cleopatra was a real person. And there's no freaking way she was black. This is not real people. This is a myth.
It's a fantasy. Yeah,
it's a fantasy. Like, I think theater rules apply here.
Yes, I agree. Vienticus Prime, I wouldn't doubt that Israel's trying to control culture. The saying goes, politics is downstream of culture. That's why you pay attention to culture. Indeed. Nigel Farage is a cartoonishly British character. Yes, he is. Thank you, Stoop Sign. Vienticus, if you're only addressing an issue when it enters a political government sphere and ignoring it when it's a culture thing, then you're only ever addressing things on the tail end. Mike, the Russian bot. Welcome back, Russ. Looking forward to the Russ on the Road Chinese dad jokes video, huh? Good one. Thanks for the super sticker. Roland Rock 8, thank you very much for that. $1 Million Trooper says, how does the IDF decide who gets to fluff the German Shepherd? Asking for a friend. Vienticus, yeah, but how much are those murder statistics accurate? I mean, you have places here in the States finally revealing they're screwing with the numbers. Then you have police not showing up. I hear people saying that if they call in crimes in the UK, the cops don't come, so they don't make it on the reports. So who knows what the fuck is really going on for our standpoint? Well, you can only go by what data you have. And it's been a long-standing data point. Immigrant crime versus native born crime, which makes sense. I mean, if you're an immigrant, you're in a much more precarious position. Why would you come here and commit crime? You're more likely to get your life seriously upended.
Right.
The Trump administration, tech oligarchs, and Zionist coalition thought they could recreate Hitler's like fascist takeover via social media, scapegoating minorities and immigrants. So far, backfiring here. Thank you, EO Shush. James Holmes, Stephen Yaxley Lennon is about as accurate. That's Tommy Robinson's real name, by the way. Is about as accurate to the UK as Alex Jones is to the USA, but less gay frog stories, unfortunately. Thank you for that. Darius King, do y'all think there is a plan from elites like Elon to destabilize Europe to make it a conflict zone? I mean, I think there's a broad-based preparation for every place becoming a conflict.
They want to keep everyone divided.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And that's why, you know, like they are the accelerationists. They are the ones that's become very evident in the last couple of years. Kem and G, speaking of the UK, Russ and Keaton, your chemistry is as potent as Ray Fiennes and Kristen Scott Thomas in The English Patient. Except instead of sex, you deliver killer laughs. Yes, that is a hell of a review.
Thank you.
Yes, we should put that in our press kit, you know, one of our best reviews. So a question that has come up for the UK is, where do people go that don't buy into colonialism or Israel and also don't want to get arrested for a tweet? It's another Trump situation. Yeah, no, of course. I mean, look, that's a conundrum for most people, quite frankly. I would bet that's a conundrum for most people who, you know, watch our show. For sure. I mean, there's no real escaping that, I don't think. Okay. Let's move right on along.
Okay. So appropriately enough, you know, I left New York right after Mamdani got sworn in. I literally left 1 week later. So it's been interesting coming back and seeing, you know, when they're doing construction on a public place, they'll have the names of the people who are in government at that time. It's a little weird seeing Mayor Zoran Mamdani on like construction sites because I haven't been here to really see that change. But I have been keeping an eye on what's going on back in my native city. And here, Mamdani, to much fanfare, released a budget that completely closes the deficit, partly by taxing second homes or pied-à-terres. So here he is talking about this.
It's executive budget season, and I'm proud to announce that our city's budget is fully balanced. This budget isn't just about numbers on a page. It determines if our libraries get funded, if a street is safe to cross, if snow is actually shoveled after a storm. And you deserve to know exactly how we got here. We inherited a $12 billion budget deficit. We are speaking about a fiscal crisis at the scale greater than the Great Recession. Was the Great Recession? Great Recession. Many said the only way out of this was slashing services and passing an austerity budget. We rejected that. After months of painstaking work, that deficit is now zero. Our city is now on firm financial ground. We achieved this in two major ways: increasing revenue and support from Albany, and cutting waste and finding savings here in New York City. Thanks to Governor Hochul, State Senate Majority Leader Andrea Stewart-Cousins, Assembly Speaker Carl Hastie, and months of organizing from New Yorkers, we tax the rich. That tax alone will raise $500 million per year. And that's not all. Thanks to Governor Hochul and our partners in Albany, we finally got a better deal for New York City. We're getting billions more from the state to help tackle the gap. At the same time, we've been poring over the city budget to identify savings. We reduced unnecessary overtime and found smarter ways for government to deliver services. This all added up to $1.77 billion in total savings. Our budget isn't just about closing deficits. It's about building a city New Yorkers can actually afford. On day 8 of our administration, we announced a historic partnership with Governor Hochul to finally deliver universal childcare. That's $1.2 billion in new funding from Albany. And this was just the beginning. Investments in citywide trash containerization, cheaper groceries, safer streets, relief for taxi drivers are all on the way. And we're increasing funding for libraries, parks, and cultural institutions. I promise to make sure you were part of this budget process every step of the way. This is your city. These are your tax dollars. And this budget should reflect your priorities. We're proud to put forward a budget for the working people of this city. And we're going to do it again next year, and next year, and next year.
Okay. So when you look at some of what he got through, that originally, if you remember, Hochul said she wasn't going to tax the rich, right? She wasn't going to tax the rich. He brought her around to taxing the rich. Whatever you think of Mamdani, and we'll get into some of that. He is a generational talent. This guy is one of the best nuts and bolts of politicians I've ever seen. Like, New York is a very difficult place to govern because you have so many competing interests and coalitions, and because, frankly, it's where Wall Street is. So you have some very entrenched money interests and real estate interests that are very difficult to take on. He has handled that about as well as you could, given the constraints of working within this city and this system. So here he is talking a little more about this tax.
We're working together with the governor to introduce New York City's first ever pied-à-terre tax, which will... This is a tax on properties worth more than $5 million that are owned by people who do not reside in New York City. The super wealthy who can purchase properties and use them to store their wealth to benefit from New York City's real estate market, but not have to pay back into that same city that generates so much of that wealth in the way that they should. And that idea of a fairer society is at the principle of all of this advocacy, because what we are talking about is a recognition of the inequality that has permeated politics through the 5 boroughs of our city, through our country, through the world. For all of the discussion of the imagined exodus that would take place were we to tax the wealthiest New Yorkers by the appropriate amount. I say imagined because before I was a mayor, I was a state legislator, and I was part of an effort to increase taxes on millionaires at that time. We were told the same thing then. And what we find now is that we have more millionaires today than we did at that time, even after having passed that tax. And so for all of that conversation about this imagined exodus, we have to reckon with the very real exodus that we are seeing in the city. An exodus of working class people. An exodus of those who cannot afford to live here.
Okay, so I know, me and Keen are both in New York. He's upstate. I'm in the city, but he did live in the city. So I try not to do New York stories that are not kind of microcosms of the national condition. This is a story that is very much a microcosm of the national condition, because here you have somebody advocating for taxing the rich, and you've got all of the usual suspects trying to tell you why that's a terrible thing to do and it's going to destroy the economy, and talk about how much money these billionaires bring into the economy. But you got to ask, for who? For who? Who do they improve conditions for? Because as Mamdani says there rightly, it's a city that working people can't afford to live in. So who does it benefit to have billionaires come in and create a wave of shops and businesses designed to serve their tastes that no one else can afford? And the people who work in these businesses can't afford to live here. So they have to do these crazy commutes to come in for these low wage jobs to basically be the piss servants to the wealthy at these restaurants and these retail outlets that have been built to cater to them. So, of course, kind of a lot of celebrating online from a left not used to ever having the promises made to them fulfilled. Micah Irfan, he did this without cutting any social services, by the way. And this one I liked. Peach loves. I'm sorry, am I getting this right? New York City Mayor Mamdani taxed wealthy people on properties they own if they don't live in them. It balanced the city's multi-billion-dollar budget immediately, and all the wealthy people are still wealthy. Am I getting this right? They're still wealthy, right? And no middle or lower financial earners saw any additional tax? Am I getting this correct? And yeah, this is what you see every time these policies that the billionaires tell you is going to destroy society are enacted. They don't destroy society. Now, of course, what she's saying is a great exaggeration. That's only part of the way they closed this $12 billion budget cap. And it's not even clear that this will work. It's kind of beyond the post of this, beyond the scope of this segment. They're doing some deferred payments and some accounting tricks. It's not as simple as we tax the rich and now we close the budget deficit. It's part of it. It's part of how they closed it. And part of what he did was also guarantee baseline funding for libraries, which is something as a kid who basically dropped out of high school and educated myself in the public libraries. I have a deep affection for the public library system. New York City has the best stocked public library system, I believe, in the world. So it is a system that I appreciate seeing permanently funded in that way. But okay. What does professional advertisement for a communist revolution, Mr. Wonderful, have to say about what the consequences of this are going to be?
Mayor, I said I was going to tax the rich. Well, today, we're taxing the rich. I'm thrilled to announce we've secured a pied-à-terre tax, the first in New York's history. This is an annual fee on luxury properties worth more than $5 million, whose owners do not live full-time in the city.
You replied to Mamdani's video on X calling this, quote, the best commercial I've ever seen for Miami Beach real estate. You sure?
Yeah, it is. I think what happens here, and it's been going on for a few years in states like New York, Massachusetts, New Jersey, is when you tax people past 50%, pretty well in any tax bracket, as they move towards retirement into their 50s and 60s, they ask themselves, what's the reason that I would stay here when I can go to Tennessee, Texas, Florida? And that's what's been happening. There's lots of data that shows that. But this particular tax on the pied-à-terre, a place you stay when you're in New York instead of a hotel, is interesting. Let's ask ourselves, without the rhetoric and the politics, does this make sense? So you've got someone who spends $5 million or more, does not really use the place, but still pays maintenance, so supporting employees in the building, and property tax, but doesn't put any burden on the city services whatsoever. How stupid a tax is this? Because you would want more people doing this, investing their capital in New York, not using any of the services of the city whatsoever, paying property tax all day long.
I thought you were worried about them leaving.
Even though they don't live there, paying for maintenance in the building. This is the stupidest policy I have ever seen in real estate.
Okay. All right. So the question here with what he just said is he that stupid? Is he that far up his own ass that he's actually convinced himself that what he said there makes some kind of sense? Or is he just professionally invested in misleading the public and stirring up chuds to hate any policy that interferes with his class? So he's just going to lie in that way. What he's not telling you there is by not living in New York, they're not paying the taxes. They're not paying the taxes. They're paying the maintenance in the building. But anyone would be paying. If someone who actually lived in New York had that apartment, they'd be paying New York taxes and they'd be paying the maintenance. There is absolutely no benefit to having someone who does not live in the city own that unit. He's presenting it as if that's a win. It's not a win. Yeah, they don't use city services, but they don't pay city taxes either. What are you talking about?
I played that clip when Tusker was co-hosting, oddly enough, and it's just funny how the fear-mongering before he won was that if he wins, the rich people are all going to leave, and they're going to take all their money with them, so they're not going to spend any money in New York anymore. And now he's like, well, it's good if they're not here in New York to tax social service. First of all, the rich don't really use public schools. The rich don't really take the buses or the subways, and if they do, they pay for them. But I thought the whole reason you want rich people in New York City is so that they can spend their money at the restaurants and the museums and everything. I thought
it's
they
a good
contribute to
thing.
the economy. Now it's a good thing that they just live here but don't actually live here. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is a great example of how they manipulate people into having a peasant mind. It's amazing to me. It's amazing to me, and it hurts me. It really does. When I see working people who feel like it's an own to see millionaires move to Miami. Like that's a good thing for them. See what happened? Why? What? How broken does your brain have to be for you to think that somehow that's a good thing that you are vindicated by, working person, that these people would not piss on if you were on fire?
Right. Yeah.
Like, what did they do to you? Like, just if you're one of those people, just stop for a second and think, why would you find a sense of satisfaction in the idea that when rich people get taxed, they go to exploit another place? Like, why would you feel good? What's in that for you? Like, what about that makes you feel good? So here's the reality behind this. This goes back to 2017, by the way. This article is from 2017. This issue of homes being kept off the market is not minor and goes well beyond a few midtown towers. There are 54,764 apartments in New York City that are vacant, according to the 2014 Housing and Vacancy Survey, but not really. These are apartments used for seasonal, occasional, or recreational use, i.e. pieds-à-terre or second homes. There are also another 127,807 vacant homes off the market for other reasons, most commonly because they're undergoing or awaiting renovation. To put this in perspective, there are less than 100,000 homes in the 5 boroughs that are actually on the rental or sales market. The majority of these second homes are in Manhattan, where land costs and housing prices are highest. Another survey, the American Community Survey, puts the number of pieds-à-terre in Manhattan alone at 43,990. That's more second homes than all but 11 counties in the United States. In places without a housing crunch, second homes can bring some benefit. Excuse me. Adding property taxes and contributing to the local economy. But in a city with a perpetual housing shortage like New York, every apartment off the market just means less supply and higher housing costs for the people who live here full time. A tax surcharge on these second homes will lead to one of 3 things. First, the owner might simply choose to pay it, bringing in more revenue for the city. Second, someone might choose to make their second home their primary residence, meaning they then pay New York City income tax, also bringing in revenue for the city. Or third, they may choose to sell or rent the home for full-time residency, not only helping the housing crunch by creating an actual vacancy, but also contributing to street vitality and the local economy. And it only takes a relatively small amount of additional supply to make an impact. If you put just half of those 54,000 second homes in New York City back on the market, the rental vacancy rate in New York would be higher than any time since the Housing and Vacancy Survey first started keeping track in 1960. So everything that Mr. Wonderful just told you there is total fucking bullshit. It's total bullshit on every level. This is New York City. If these people sell these apartments, they're going to be bought like that in seconds by people who live here, which in the end, they'll be paying New York taxes. And as the article points out, they'll also be spending money here, as Keaton was saying. They're going to be going to the restaurants, right? They're going to be going to the bars. They're actually going to stimulate the economy. There is no benefit to having an absentee owner of these properties. All it does is drive up the prices for people who actually want to live here or already do. That's all that does. So this is a good question. This is a good example of the way they build a peasant mind with people like Paul Zippola. I don't know how many of you have been following this. Ashley St. Clair for reasons that are not clear to me, went off the MAGA influencer reservation and started giving away the family secrets. And, you know, just like we've been saying, we've covered this a full time. These guys all get a press release every day. They get marching orders of what they're supposed to tell you. So this is a good example of what they want you to think. Governor Kathy Hochul just broke her promise not to raise taxes in New York, even while an exodus continues. Mayor Mamdani explained on Wednesday that Hochul and he want to implement an added tax on second homes worth over $5 million in New York City. Mamdani gaslights and says this won't result in rich people leaving New York City. There has already been an exodus from New York and New York City of rich people to lower tax states like Florida. The reason there has still been an increase in millionaires in New York City is because of booming financial and tech markets and people parking money in real estate. Okay. But there has still been a significant outflow of rich people due to high taxes. If this new pied-à-terre tax happens, New York City will hemorrhage rich real estate investors. In New York State, it has been much worse. The state's share of the nation's millionaires plummeted, blah, blah, blah. You can't run from the math or from the lessons of history. Socialism always fails, and rich people will always try to find ways to save their money. That's why they're rich. Okay, I want you to just look at the proposition here and what it's meant to impart to you. They're presenting to you that rich people cannot be constrained and that any attempt to constrain them is stupid and doomed to failure. So you, as a working person, should hate people like Mamdani who attempt to tax rich people. And also the suggestion is that having the rich people there is good for you, right? It's good for you. And any attempt to not have the rich people there is socialism, and it's going to be bad for you. Okay, well, let's examine that proposition. This is Angie Wong. She's a congressperson in Florida. I just want to personally thank Mayor Zoran Mamdani for scaring away the billionaire class from New York City and helping bring billions in tax revenue to my district of Brickell, Miami, where Ken Griffin's Citadel is building its massive Class A office tower next to my office and bringing thousands of high-earning professionals to the area. The economic shift into downtown Manhattan is truly transformative. Billions in new investments, new jobs, new infrastructure, and a growing tax base can help fund schools, transportation, and the modernization of Miami as it evolves into the new Wall Street of America. Keep the expats coming. Now, you want to talk about a broken brain. I put out a tweet very early right after Mamdani got elected, where a Zionist tweeted about how they were leaving New York, and I quote tweeted over her, you know, so far Mamdani is doing a great job cleaning up the city. That was from November. I had somebody who was so mentally disturbed jacking off in their basement. They shared this to that tweet from 7 months ago, like last week, to me.
Yeah.
See?
You remembered it.
Okay. This is where this is a national story. This is where this is very relevant to what these people tell you you're supposed to believe about economics. All of this premise is this is good for you, right? This is good for people. Okay. This is the Wall Street Journal. This is not the Huffington Post. Okay. Miami is getting much richer. It's also getting smaller. Why is it getting smaller? Miami is booming with waves of wealthy people drawn to the metro area in recent years. Yet there is a countercurrent. Its population is shrinking. The result is a glittering urban center that is richer, smaller, and built to cater to upscale living. Oh, you don't say. You don't say. Gone are the gritty warehouse districts, the nocturnal desolation of downtown, and the shabby chic of South Beach. It is now a sophisticated cosmopolitan hub with gleaming Cartier boutiques, avant-garde art installations, and luxury districts dotted with Michelin star restaurants. You know what? You know what that sounds like? Kind of sounds like what happened to fucking New York. Kind of sounds like you're getting those New York billionaires and they're turning it into what they turned New York into. What they're describing here, it's what happened to the Lower East Side. It's what happened to Williamsburg, right? That's what happened to Hell's Kitchen. All the affordable places that working people could go, young people starting out could afford to live. Yeah, now that's what they're doing in Miami. And anybody who says, well, this is great. This is great that rich people are coming and bringing their money. Let me ask you, man, can you afford to shop at Cartier? Do you go to avant-garde art installations? Can you afford Michelin star restaurants? No. So who the fuck do you think this helps?
Right.
Doesn't help you. Doesn't help working people already living there. Those people are going to be displaced, just like New Yorkers were. They're not going to be able to live there. Just like New Yorkers were driven out of Manhattan, right? That Bloomberg explicitly said he wanted New York to be a luxury product, and that's what it is. And that's what they're doing to Miami. Who does that benefit? How does that benefit you if you're a working person or even a middle-class person? How does that benefit you? In what way? The new economic order is squeezing out the middle. The growing ranks of the affluent fuel the area's economy with avid consumption and fuller tax coffers. At the lower end are the retail, hospitality, and construction workers who service them but are finding it increasingly difficult to stay. Exactly like New York. Exactly like New York. While the city of Miami itself continues to grow slowly, the broader county population is declining. Quote, Miami is becoming very different, said Richard Florida, an urbanist and author who lives part of the year in Miami Beach. We have never witnessed this kind of relocation of wealth, he said, but it's getting harder and harder for the young professional to enter. Forget about working class people. He's talking about the wannabes. Can't even afford to be. They can't even afford. And that, again, that is just like New York. I was a real estate broker for 10 minutes. Most of my clients, if they were young, they were trust fund kids. Their parents are paying for it. That's what Miami sounds like it is already or is evolving into. The question is, who is an economy supposed to be for? Right? They present this to you as if it's a triumph of economics. That, well, see, he taxed them there. They went to Florida. It's like the Borg. It's like the Borg. What? They're going to turn it into another soulless outdoor mall for the affluent like they did to New York? That's a great thing. Why would you celebrate them turning it into a place you can't afford? What's so great about that? And the other kind of part of their pitch is she talks about the money goes into schools, goes into public services. This didn't start with Mamdani. This is going back over 10 years. There's been an enormous migration because of low taxes of billionaires and wealth and millionaires into Florida. You've had this at least since 2014, a trend of wealth moving into Florida. So it should be public service paradise, right? Should be infrastructure paradise, should be very well funded. So does Florida have the best health care? No, it has one of the worst, actually. Florida is at 42 behind Louisiana. If you've spent time in Louisiana, you can appreciate the significance of a state being behind Louisiana in any kind of public services. All right. Under it are Kentucky and Tennessee. Florida comes in 42nd out of 50 states. I thought all these rich people moving in makes things good for workers. Florida is among the worst states for healthcare, according to Wallet Hub's study. It scored 48 out of 100 with low scores in each of the three main categories. 28th in monthly premium, 24th in hospital beds, 32nd in physicians per capita, 18th in dentists per capita, 48th in percentage of insured adults, almost at the very bottom, and the percentage of adults that are insured in Florida. 45th in percentage of insured children, 26% of at-risk adults with no routine doctor visit in past 2 years. 38% of adults with no dental visit in past year. That's why Florida man has such a striking smile. Florida ranks last in nation for state worker pay, report shows. The last. State of Florida employees are rock bottom lowest hourly earners in the country, trailing state workers in neighboring Alabama and Georgia by thousands of dollars to rank 51st among the states. This is under Puerto Rico. They're going 51st. And Washington, D.C. for government pay. Nearly 100,000 state employees handle the paperwork, maintain the facilities, and provide the services. But they are compensated with, on average, $26,000 fewer dollars than workers for Illinois, which has the 5th largest economy, and get paid $39,000 less than the workers in New York. $39,000. How do their wages compare to the national average? Florida's average weekly wage is below the national average, ranking 18th among states. When accounting for regional cost of living differences, Florida ranks 40th. I thought having an open door policy on the rich is good for everybody. Well, I can prove to you it's not good for everybody. Who's been running New York since 1992? Well, first we had this freak. We had this freak for 2 terms. We had this oligarch for 3 terms. We had Bloomberg. We had a little window here where you had basically a neo-lib with some progressive posturing, with de Blasio certainly didn't really challenge the drift of New York real estate interests or finance service industry interests. And then you had Adams, who was a de facto Republican. He was a Republican his entire career, became a Democrat just to run for mayor because Democrat registrations are 4-1 in New York City. It's easier. So essentially, you've had almost unbroken Republican governance since 1992. These propositions they put forth, this is what always amazes me. This is what amazed me when Cuomo was running in the primary. They talk about the policies that they're proposing as if they have not been enacting these policies for 35 years. As if this hasn't been tried. This neoliberal top-down, trickle-down economics approach hasn't been tried. New York, again, this is why to me this is a national story. It's a microcosm. This is a very extreme version of what the outcome of neoliberal governance will be over time. All right, so what does that look like? You need to make over $150,000 to live comfortably in New York City. Okay. Yeah, New York is very rich. If you're rich in New York, you have access to the best of everything. That is the inevitable outcome of having an open door policy on rich people and really having no checks on the impact that has on neighborhoods, like making sure to build enough affordable housing, making sure that they're paying enough taxes to provide enough health care, to provide enough beds in hospitals. If you're not doing any of that and you're just inviting in rich people, what do you end up with? You end up with this. You end up with a city that's just for them. 50% of your post-tax income goes to needs, 30% to your wants, and 20% gets set aside for the future. Smart Assets, Jocelyn DeJohn wrote. Smart Asset assessed the ideal salary needed to meet the 50-30-20 rule for living comfortably and compared it across 100 of the largest cities in the country. New York City ended up being number 1 on the list. A family of 4 needs $333,875 to live comfortably, according to the study. A single adult needs a salary of $158,954. Do you make that? Do you make that? Keaton's got a family of 4. You make that? You're making $333,000, right? You got a family of what? 5, right? Yeah, you got a family of 5. So it would be even higher for you. Yeah, this is the result of these policies. And these scumbags, like Gunther Eagleman and the 25 Romanians that represent that account, they are paid to convince you that somehow you're more of a man if you like to take rich dick in your mouth. That is their job, to convince you that the more you defend the prerogatives of Mr. Wonderful, the more of a man you are. None of it adds up. None of it makes any sense. Part of the genius of the last several decades has been to take the same kind of posture that made a song like Take This Job and Shove It a hit, right? The kind of surly working class pride, and to turn that against itself. That's arguably the greatest feat of propaganda in the history of the world, that you've taken that surliness and turned it against people who want to tax rich people on their unlived in second homes. That is incredible that you got working people to be angry at taxing rich people on their second home in Manhattan, a city they hate, right? Like, so why would you like people who want to own a second home in Manhattan, a place that you deeply despise? That has been a very long-term project, man, and it has been incredibly successful. But as you can see here, this is where that leads. It's like the plague of locusts came to New York, destroyed all of its most interesting cultural institutions, all of its kind of edgy neighborhoods, just ate them all and turned it into a big outdoor mall for the affluent. And then they're describing doing that to Florida as a good thing. Good for who? Good for who? That's what you always have to ask when they talk about this. Yeah, they're going to come in and they're going to bring a lot of money. And what are they going to do? They're going to remake it all in their own image and to their own tastes. And that is not going to have a place in it for you.
Well, I thought it was funny how that lady says, now I'm so glad we're going to get this great tax base down here in Florida. I thought you don't want to tax them. I thought the whole reason they're leaving is because you tax them too much. Now we're going to get all this tax money to pay for our schools. Well, he tried to tax them to pay for New York schools, and you're saying that's what drove them out of town. So what do you mean you're going to get a tax base? I thought you're not supposed to tax them.
Right.
No, I mean...
well, they don't tax them, and that's how you get those figures. Look at their,
so I don't know what she was so excited about.
Pay for the state workers.
Right. So what is she so, giddy over, right? I mean, it's just, they sell it as a question of self-reliance, right? If you want to tax rich people, it's because you're not willing to go and work for yourself. You want to take it from somebody else, and that makes you a beta. That's basically what it is. It's actually fairly easy. Like I don't think it's a particularly difficult con to pull off. I mean, the ethos of capitalism is that the more you make, the stronger you are. The stronger you are, the better you are. The less you make, the weaker you are. The weaker you are, the worse you are. And so, when you attach virtue to income and wealth and net worth, it's fairly straightforward to just create this dynamic where, people should feel shame for not having enough. And if you want to tax rich people to, have a chance to better your lot in life, well, that makes you weak and lazy and a taker and a moocher. Like, to me, it's not particularly difficult to see that. I mean, I've seen that pretty much my whole life. I mean, that's why even when you have,
I think it's because you're younger than me, man.
Yeah,
because I remember when.
No, I know there was a history of
it was a hit. Right. Like, I remember that. It's amazing that you got from that, where the whole thing was like, yeah, fuck the boss, fuck the manager, fuck the rich guy, and you turn them into, fuck you if you want to.
Exactly.
Make my boss pay more taxes. That's incredible. That's incredible.
No, I think it is. I think it is a generational thing where, like, by the time I grew up, that was kind of the norm. Right. And that's why when you get a guy like Bernie Sanders type, who's very labor centric, still, even to a lot of working class people, they see him as a guy who wants to take from rich people so that poor people don't have to work. Like I mean, it's so obvious, it's absurd to even have to point this out. And I don't have to point this out to our audience, but the heart of socialism is labor. That's what it is. It's all about labor. It's all about people working and getting what's theirs in exchange for their work. It's not about sitting around depending on the government. It is literally about workers owning the means of production through work. But people have been brainwashed out of that. They think now socialism means you're for a nanny state, which is just, completely illiterate, but not unexpected. So yeah, there's my dose of cynicism for the evening. All right, why don't you take some Rumble rants? I got to exit and come back because something's going on in my videos, so I'm just gonna exit real quick. I'll be right back.
Again?
Yeah. It's I don't maybe it was like playing the most.
What's going on with your shit, man?
It was like stopping right at the very end of my video, so I just want to make sure that doesn't happen. I'll be right back.
All right. Stoop sign. There was a mass sexual assault by Muslims on Germans on New Year's 2016. I remember I was a stand-up. They say their hands were clean, but their fingers smell like cologne. Attack. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say that there are no such incidents like there have been. I think that they elevate those to make it out that this is a defining characteristic of that community. And needless to say, as we've always pointed out here on this show, at least, if you really have a problem with these immigrants, stop bombing their fucking countries. Most people do not want to leave the place they're from. Most people will stop. Man, I go back to my old neighborhood. I see people I went to grammar school with who never left. Most people will stay put. If they're coming in those numbers, well, there's a reason. Maybe that's where the emphasis should be. Bring you Tigrinya. Since when was the name of the religion I share with you two an impediment to sending super chats, trying to tell jokes here? Well, sometimes with YouTube, man, they crank it up to 11. Like you can't even tell somebody you had you rolled around the hay with their mother anymore on that thing. I know, because I like to do that. Vientica's Prime. I mean, from what I've seen, the whole grape gag thing in the UK has been revealed to be true, and the police were in on it. There was this incident. Yeah, there was. Sure. Does that define the entire immigrant community? Like, yes, that happened. Sure. Do you think that's what Tommy Robinson is up there jumping up and down about? You think that's what the purpose of that rally is? You think Elon, who's in the fucking Epstein files, is really up there because he's very concerned about the sexual abuse of young girls? Like, what are we talking about here? Yeah. I hear that a lot of white guys and a lot of Jewish guys raped a lot of girls on an island.
Yeah, exactly.
I heard that. So what are we saying? All the white guys are raping young girls? Is that because you could imply that if that's where you want to go? It's a pretty funny thing to really be pointing out at this particular moment as a as a defining characteristic of Muslims. Race car super sticker. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Andy Gardner. I knew my Reza Pahlavi obsession would pay off. This is his moment. This is his time. Pull up your pants and crown this prince. Simed. England, being the size of upstate New York, should not have had poverty during the days of empire. The hoarding continues, and blame is shifted to the victims of empire. Yes. Brits, like USA, are easy to gaslight. Yeah. Mm-hmm. They definitely are the most like us in a lot of bad ways. Bring you Tigrinya. Why do women of our faith group prefer circumcised men? Because they got to have that 10% off.
See? So you got a joke in. See?
There you go. There you go. Vientica's Prime. I'm not giving up without sending goys to fight. And I know the rest of you feel the same way, too. Fixed it. Shush. Jewish people have been scapegoated for centuries until they went to America, where the Goyim were more concerned about the blacks. So get the Goyim to scapegoat other minorities before they turn on Well, they did that. That's why they sent out Nick Shirley to gin up hysteria
Somalis.
about Somalis. Yeah, no, they did that. That was the only psyop I've seen the Zionists run that actually worked. That actually worked. Jerry's middle finger. Have you guys seen the video of young Ben Shapiro punching himself out? I have. You guys should put it in your intro.
Yeah, the boxing bag.
I tried to post it here, but YouTube wouldn't let me. Just look it up. It's never ending laughter. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, the speed bag. Yeah, I've seen that
one. Ryan Spence, rip the Band-Aid off and have Grindr as a sponsor. Really should. They should have sponsored that rally. Should have been a big Grindr poster over that stage. Stoop sign. I did my good deed for the day by giving out a handful of Celebrex RX Strength NS aid to my neighbor, a black guy who's an amputee. Well, that's very good of you.
Yeah, you're very into all that. You're very into like ways to medicate. You know what I mean? People don't do anymore. People don't like sniff glue anymore. You know, it occurred to me because I went to Walmart because I had to get some glue because I had to make some repairs on the old apartment so I get as much of my security deposit back as possible. So, you get a little crazy glue, you can, get away with a lot. So I buy a thing of fucking crazy glue and I go to buy it and they got to check my ID for the crazy glue. And I'm like, oh, I guess because, you can sniff that shit. Why wouldn't people just sniff glue? Like, why would you bother? Like, if you can get high sniffing glue, why not do it? It's so much cheaper and so much easier than doing anything else. People used to sniff markers and glue, and I feel like that's gone out of style.
I mean, I got to say, it's not a very fun high.
Yeah, but it's something. I mean, it's a $3. You get a stick of glue for $3. All you got to do is show your ID and it's done. It's
Dude,
easy.
I knew a guy who fucking stole all the model glue out of a local hobby shop to do that.
To do that? Yeah. Like, why not?
Yeah, but it's not. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think at this point, the drug of choice for kids is that.
Yeah.
I think that's the drug of choice. I think that's why they're not doing as many drugs. Zen 1. We need to get fit enough to smash that like button with our perfect abs
yeah.
and areolas. Yeah. Kevin G. I wonder if Nick Shirley was chosen because he is Mormon and clean living on a personal level. Come on, man. There are non-regarded Mormons. Look at Napoleon Dynamite. That was great. Pete Sweet. Zionists love fascists of all types. Well, they are fascists. Robinson in England, Pahlavi monarchists, Cuban fascists like Rubio, neo-Nazis in Ukraine, and neocons that run MIC. Yeah, well, I mean, the whole Zionist project is a white supremacist project with a circumcised penis. All right, you want to go on?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so we're just going to go into the next one?
Yeah, next one, yeah.
All right, hang on. I'm going to get a sip of water with my got this in Hong Kong.
You can tell this guy hasn't done a show in 6 weeks. He's like, all right, so now we're doing the next one? Like, yeah, that's what comes after this one is the next one. That's what, yeah, after this segment is the next segment. And then after the next segment will be the segment after that. A little rusty in the chronology. Very good in the presentation.
Yeah, well, it's like riding a bike.
Yeah, it's like riding a bike. All right, so what do we do now? We do the next one. There you go.
All right, hang on. Read a couple of chats. I want to set up my shit down here.
All right, got it. Is it possible that Bernie was a sellout, like maybe John McCain was a sellout, all to fulfill an elitist agenda? Just a thought. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't think Bernie ever expected to get anywhere close, and I think he was surprised by it, and I think he's probably frightened by success. Most Jewish men are scared of success, so that would make sense. I know I am.
Almost as scared as they are of their wives.
Yeah, exactly. Marvin Vargas, see U.S. make Israel main base, protect from collapse. You mean in terms of the war?
Well, in terms of the Middle East, maybe.
In terms of the Middle East, well, they're the aircraft carrier, right? Nina Kant, I feel taxing rich, they'll just give it right back to them with bailouts and war money. Well, yep, that too. Of course. David Santucci, note that Mamdani seems healthy and well-adjusted and not at all inclined towards self-deletion. That's right.
Mhm.
Drew, thanks for the 99-cent super sticker.
I'm good.
Okay, yeah, I'll take one more because it's also from Drew. Explain why you think Cleopatra, born in Egypt, is not black. Wasn't she Greek?
She was Greek. She was
Yeah.
from the Macedonians.
She was, yeah, the Macedonians. That's what was that,
Yeah.
Northern Greece or some shit? She was Greek,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, she was Greek. So,
Yeah.
like, why would she? And also, I mean, you do understand that the Negroes are one race among several on the African continent, right? Like, somebody being from Africa doesn't make them black.
No,
Right?
but they
and she
could be.
wasn't. Like, she wasn't. But in
They-
terms of the
right.
premise of your question, that an African would be black, that's not true.
No, but
Like
someone could be
that's like
black.
saying why would you think she's not a pygmy?
But she could be black, but she was yeah, she was Greek. I always
She
thought
was Greek.
Yeah.
She was Greek. She was from the Ptolemies, who took over that region after the death of Alexander.
Yeah, he was what was he, like a general or something?
He was one of Alexander's generals.
Yeah. So she had that Alexander the Great general come in her. Christina Swatso. Remember when New York City was called the city that never sleeps? Now it's because people have 3 jobs. Thank you. Yes, of course. Thank you. And yes, ring that bell. Generous donation. Thank you very much for that, Christina. Appreciate that. All right. We can move right on.
All right. So another Mamdani piece here. I wanted to cover this. It was a rough week here in New York for the Zionist maniacs that make up, sadly, most of New York's Jewish community. Not all. Mamdani criticizes Israeli real estate event as effort to displace Palestinians. You probably heard about this. There were protests outside of a synagogue where they're selling stolen Palestinian land, making it very, very difficult when they do these things in synagogues to make the argument Zionism is not Judaism. As I have said many times, these people are going to end up getting us all killed. And then look, God damn, the New York Times started talking about the dog grape. That surprised the hell out of me. We covered that, but I never thought I would see it in the Times. And neither did the Zionists. Taking a cue from their Israeli brethren, they had a pro-grape rally right here in New York. It's from suppressed news. After having pro-grape protests in Israel, now they're doing it in the U.S. Zionists are having pro-grape protests for the second time. They gathered outside the New York Times to protest Nicholas Kristof's column. And as if that wasn't enough, as if the week was not bad enough, the day after their big pro-grape rally right there in Midtown, the mayor of New York drops a video acknowledging the Nakba. This is Mamdani here, tweeted out. Today marks Nakba Day, an annual day of remembrance to commemorate the expulsion of more than 700,000 Palestinians between 1947 and 1949 during the creation of the State of Israel and the year that followed. Inaya is a New Yorker and a Nakba survivor. She shared her story with us, one of home, tradition, and memory over generations. So this went kind of viral. Let's take a look at some of this video.
Hello? Yes, I'm sorry. Could we talk a bit later? I've got these people being the interviewers about the Nakba.
I like the old school phone.
I was 9 years old. It was nighttime, and my father came into our bedroom and told us, surprisingly, to get on all fours and make our way to the staircase that goes in to the roof. There were no windows on the staircase because bullets had come in through the wood shutters at that stage. And next day, we just took what we could carry and went to my uncle Hussein's house in Nablus, because there was no fighting in Nablus. The Zionists were, coming into Jerusalem.
Nakba is Arabic for catastrophe. It refers to the expulsion and displacement of more than 700,000 Palestinians between 1947 and 1949 during the creation of the State of Israel in the year that followed.
My father had a big, heavy key for our iron front door, and people, of course, locked their houses when they left, and all they had of it was the key. When it turned out that there was no going back, that's what they had in their hand from the house, and they probably just hung it on the wall, so it became sort of a symbol. You have the key, but not the house.
During this period, the Haganah, Irgun, and Lehi militias, among others, destroyed more than 400 Palestinian villages and cities, killing thousands of Palestinians and carrying out dozens of massacres.
That's the craft of Palestinian women. That's one of my mother's friends, whom I inherited. She's my friend's old lady. She has the biggest collection. Actually, in that drawer, I have some that you can look at. I think it's good for you to just touch it. Actually, they're very good, because this is here, so the woman walking, it would accentuate her hips. And there are certain smells. There's a smell when, after a rainfall, when that limestone has a certain smell when you walk near it, it's just, you feel very close to the actual land. The story is about the Palestinian boy going into Israel, and his grandmother said, "Go to our village, bring me a handful of soil. I'll put it under my pillow and feel I'm sleeping, in my village." It's very strong.
May 15th is the annual commemoration of the Nakba. For Palestinians, their displacement and the Nakba continues to this day.
I've lived in different places, and I've always been an outsider. In England, actually, we were called aliens on our passports. I lived in Italy, again, not part of it. And after the 67 war, I came here. In this diverse city, I feel most at home since leaving Palestine. I think that's important. And it's where you are. I don't know what happens to you, but, I've seen the Rockies, and it's the soft hills of Palestine that actually touch me.
Okay, I'm going to save my overall take on the fact that this came from the mayor of New York City's office to the end. But suffice to say, as a native New Yorker, I cannot begin to express how remarkable it is that something like that came out of the New York City mayor's office. But I'll get back to that. All right. You want to say something, Kim?
I was just going to say the only thing that could have made that better is if he made that the introduction to. So now we're rolling out for the first time in New York City history our Jew tax. Yeah, that's right. Just come right out for them. Oh, you take Saturdays off, do you? Not anymore.
Not anymore.
We are going to hit you so hard you're going to be at it 7 days a week to make up the difference now.
And to announce the details of the Jizza, my brother, the Rizza.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Predictably unhinged meltdown.
Oh, yeah.
Congressman Randy Fine. Fat Randy, you are a walking billboard for mass denaturalization. You are a walking billboard for lap band surgery.
You're a walking billboard, period. You're literally a walking billboard.
May the day come soon.
Yeah.
If they ever remake Seinfeld, he's definitely got a part in there.
Yeah.
What was the name of the mailman?
Newman.
Was he?
Yeah.
Newman. Yeah, played Newman. And here is
if Newman were a landlord instead of a mailman.
Yeah. Yeah. And Laura Jigsaw Loomer here. President Trump should cut off all federal funding for New York City until Mamdani resigns. Mamdani is using taxpayer money to make Palestinian propaganda about Nakba, and his supporters are threatening to attack Jews in New York on a daily basis. Trump can easily win this fight by denying New York City all federal funds until Mamdani resigns. It's simple. Hey, jackass, have you been seeing the results of these court cases where he's tried to arbitrarily defund things? No, it's not simple. He'd almost certainly be blocked by the courts if he tried to do such a thing. Besides that, Mamdani filed this once again under whatever you think of him, an incredibly skilled politician. He fucking played Trump like a fiddle when he went to the White House. He got him to pose with him in front of the FDR portrait. So I think he likes Mamdani. He's like his son that he never had there. The one that's not robbing him. Gunther Eagleman. What a pathetic anti-American joke of a mayor. Fix your dumpster fire instead of importing foreign hatred. New Yorkers deserve better than this commie hack. All right, so listen, man. I mean, this is just the truth. Because Wall Street is here, because there's a lot of money in New York, even though it's not fairly distributed, New York is not nearly as fucked up as most of America is.
Not even close.
Like they tell you that to make you feel better about the meth addicted, crumbling hellhole you live in. Well, this is not New York. No, I've been all over the country, man. New York is much better than almost all of it in terms of infrastructure, functionality, crime, drug addicts running around the streets. It's better in most measures than most of the country is. So this character is, it's a dumpster fire. I mean, what's funny about that is, they are such ass kissers on wealth and oligarchy. New York should be your fucking ideal, man. It's a city for rich people. It's a city that is completely caters to them and their tastes and their desires. Why Gunther Eagleman all these guys should celebrate New York as the greatest city on earth. Right?
Jeffrey Epstein lived here.
Jeffrey Epstein lived here. Come on, man. That's your boy. That's your president's boy.
The American dream.
So now this is a funny angle a lot of them are trying to take. They didn't kill enough for this to be considered criminal, right? Yuri Kurlianik, whatever the fuck. Hey, Grok, what % of Palestinian Arabs was killed during the Nakba? Approximately 1%. Out of 1.2 to 1.4 million Palestinian Arabs in 1947-49, estimates of those killed during the 1948 war, the Nakba period, range from 10 to 15,000. This is similar to the 1% of the Jewish population killed in the same war. And it's me, Bubba, responds, it's about expulsion, you fucking idiot. So what? You want to shoot them in the back as they're running away like you do today? Nailed it. Well done. I don't know who that account is, but well done.
Also, 1% of Americans would be 3.5 million Americans. So
well,
if someone
that's
came in
point.
and killed 3.5 million Americans, you'd be like, yeah, well, it's only 1%. Get over it.
It's only, I mean, it's such an insane argument.
Yeah.
And this, you want to talk about the Zionist lack of self-awareness of even the implications of what they're saying? Porch principles. Saying 700,000 people shouldn't have been displaced in 1948 is just a euphemism for saying Israel shouldn't have been founded. You're hiding behind the phrasing. No, he's not. Yes, you got it. It shouldn't have been.
Yes, it is a euphemism. Yes, it's correct.
I mean, it's pretty much directly saying it. It's not even really a euphemism.
Yeah.
Like to be so lacking in self-awareness that you would think this would be an own that people would run away from. No, I'm not saying that. Yes, that's exactly what people are saying. Marissa Straight, she's the CEO of Prager University. New Yorkers should commemorate the day Mamdani got elected as an actual Nakba. He is destroying a great American city, as I have explored quite a bit.
Well, we did. Didn't we say it's the base Nakba? Didn't we call that the base Nakba?
It's the base Nakba, yeah.
Yeah.
The more of you people, he gets down to Florida, maybe we could get our dive bars back. That would be awesome. Get the fuck out of here. Look, for her, as we've touched on here, it's great for rich people like Marissa Straight. I'm sure PragerU pays her well. It's great if you're rich. If you're not, you're gonna be pressing your nose against the glass quite a lot in this town. As we pointed out in a previous segment, you need to make over $150,000 to live comfortably in New York City. Remember, all these people manipulating working people into backing up the interests of people like themselves. They're rich. They're rich. When she says it's a great American city, that's what she means. It's great for her. Great for her. It's not, most people living here, you know what you'd be doing? You'd be fucking giving hand jobs behind the Port Authority if you tried to live in New York. Not her. I mean, she does that for fun, but not for
also, day-to-day life is like the same as it was before. Like, he's not destroyed the city. Like, what are you talking about? Destroyed the city?
Of course. Yeah. In what way? In what way? It's the Zionists who are used to running this town are having a meltdown. Yeah. For them, there's been a big change. Rick Scott, Nakba is Arabic for catastrophe. The only catastrophe here is a mayor of New York who lets anti-Semitic mobs run wild to terrorize law-abiding Jewish New Yorkers while he spreads anti-Israel propaganda. Now, Rick Scott, listen, man, say what you want about the Chinese system, but Rick Scott would have been executed in China. You know why he would have been executed in China? I pled the fifth 75 times in a Medicare fraud case, paid a $1.7 billion fine, walked away with $300 million. Now, I know a lot of people have a lot of feelings about the Chinese system, but I think we can all agree that the world would be better off with Rick Scott having been executed by the state rather than being in the Senate. I think we can all agree that the Chinese system works better in that sense. If you went and you robbed $1.7 billion from the healthcare system in China, they would execute you. Absolutely no question about it. In our country, we make this guy a senator who gets to run around and spew poisonous garbage on the internet. Moshe Spern. Okay, I'm done being nice. You put Jews everywhere at risk by not providing historical context for this. You're putting Jews in harm's way. Enough is enough. Ida, get my baton. So yeah, they're taking a lot of them are getting into high dudgeon here. Mark Traeger, referencing this chapter of history without acknowledging the full history, including the post-World War II. All right, they love to pull this shit. That's why I wanted to get into this a little bit. Including the post-World War II UN partition plan supporting two states for two peoples, which Jews accepted, does nothing to advance understanding. New Yorkers should expect leadership that lowers the temperature, brings people together, and makes every community feel seen, respected, and safe, including Jewish New Yorkers. Actually, I mean exclusively Jewish New Yorkers, but I want to sound like I'm a fair-minded, liberal kind of a person. All right, so they love to pull this shit. The Jews accepted the partition. It was the Arabs. That's why there was a war, right? They love this. All right. So here's the reality. This is from Jewish Voice for Peace, by the way. One of the mobs running around attacking innocent Jews, I guess. The UN Partition Plan, 1947. This is what actually happened. The percentage of land that would have been awarded by the plan, 45.5% to the Palestinians, 55.5% to the Jews. So you've already got most of the land that they did not come from, that did not belong to them, unless you're some kind of a religious fanatic lunatic who thinks because of a 3,000-year-old book, these white Europeans who are probably descended from the Asiatic Kazakh kingdom of the Middle Ages that had adopted Judaism for a few hundred years, have some kind of right to that land. So we're already invaders to a land that does not belong to them. And they're getting the majority under this plan. Percentage of total population in 1947, 66.7% were Palestinians. So 33% are Jews. So they're supposed to take 45% of the land. They're 2/3 of the population. Percentage of total land owned in 1947. And this is already after decades of effort by Zionists to colonize the area. 93% of the land was still owned by the Palestinians. Only 7% owned by the Jews. Wow, that's crazy. That's so unreasonable that they didn't want to give up more than half the land that they constituted a 2/3 majority on and legally owned 93% of. What unreasonable, how crazy that is that they did not accept a proposition like that. Anybody would take that deal, right? Percentage of population in proposed Palestinian state. Palestinians, 98.8%, 1.2% Jews. Percentage population in the proposed Jewish state. The Palestinians were almost half even in that proposed area. 46.7%, 53.3% Jews. Percentage of population in proposed Jerusalem enclave. Palestinians were a majority. 51.2% in Jerusalem. 48.8% of Jews. The Nakba occurred primarily during 1948. In November 1947, the UN proposed a partition plan that split the land about equally between the Jewish and Arab sides. At this time, Jews comprised 1/3 of the local population and owned about 5% of the land. According to the partition plan, the Jewish state would comprise 55% of Palestine, an area inhabited by 500,000 Jews and almost 400,000 Palestinians. About 700,000 people, including some 10,000 Jews, lived in the area intended for the Palestinian state. The plan intended to establish 2 states in the country with a joint economy. The plan opposed forced relocation of populations, but its implementation would, in practice, have required uprooting hundreds of thousands of Palestinians. Despite some opposition by the Jewish public, the Zionist leadership accepted the proposed partition because it represented the first official recognition of a Jewish state and because it was the most generous proposal that had yet been offered. The leadership of the Palestinians and of the Arabs rejected the UN decision because although most of the inhabitants of the country were Palestinians, the borders of the state planned for them included less than 50% of the country's land, and they would lose most of the country's fertile regions. They never mention that when they talk about this. The Jews owned 5% of the land and comprised 1/3 of the population. The Palestinians were being asked to relinquish most of the country's territory. There are no people on earth that would have taken that deal, including the Jews, certainly. And here, you want to talk about, so to speak, a smoking gun. And this very much foreshadows the tactics we see today in the West Bank and other places. 10 years prior, in 1937, Ben-Gurion supported the Peel Commission plan for partition. Quote, addressing the Zionist executive, he again emphasized the tactical nature of his support for partition and his assumption that after the formation of a large army in the wake of the establishment of the state, we will abolish partition and expand to the whole of Palestine. He reiterated this position in a letter to his son in October 1937. Quote, "A Jewish state is not the end, but the beginning. We shall organize a sophisticated defense force and elite army. I have no doubt that our army will be one of the best in the world. And then I am sure that we will not be prevented from settling in other parts of the country, either through mutual understanding and agreement with our neighbors or by other means." See, they never intended to even abide by the partition. The partition was always, okay, well, let's get this far, and then we'll take the rest of the land by other means, right? So that's the reality of what they're trying to characterize as the Jews were reasonable and the Arabs made war on us. What else were we supposed to do? Now, if you watch one movie about the Nakba, I recommend Tantura if you want to get an idea of what really happened there. So this is a former Israeli soldier recounting the events in Tantura. The tactics we see today, the rape and abuse, it might not surprise you. This has been present from the beginning. The events in Tantura were crazy and horrifying. Let me turn it down a little bit. Tantura was a rich village and had beautiful houses. Its residents lived like Europeans, you know? And the women of the village used to wear nice clothes. For real, it was a village. One of the soldiers raped a 16-year-old girl. Do you understand? The events there were horrendous. There was a guy with us. He was a brutal human being. He took them, Palestinians, and put them in a cage and killed them. They gathered them in something like a cage and put iron wires around them. They gathered all the men, sat them on the ground, and one of the soldiers got the submachine gun and shot them. He changed the cartridge. What do you think? But we were not like that. That person was different and unusual. They imposed a cover-up. There were soldiers took flamethrowers and ran after the villagers and burned them. It was horrible. And no one is allowed to talk about that. I won't talk about it because it would be a big scandal. I don't want to talk about it. In the first 3 or 4 months, I was a murderer. What does it mean? I took no prisoners. In a battle, if someone raised their hands, I didn't arrest them. That traumatized me. I can't get over it until today. If school kids stood up and raised their hands and saw them that day, I would have killed all of them. How many people have you killed this way? I didn't count. I wouldn't be able to know. I had 250 bullets in my gun. And I shot from it and killed everyone. I can't count. Okay. The words from people who actually were soldiers in the Nakba. That a lot of Zionists want to tell you that what Mamdani put out is biased. It's not context. That's the context. That's the reality. Now going back to Mamdani. Having just been to 3 technically communist countries, but 2 that are where it's more clear what's going on governmentally than in Laos. I didn't really get a handle on that. I could tell you that here in America, you are as far from a communist revolution as you are from Mars. Okay? So at that point, you have to consider what your political objectives are. I'm not going to say don't have a communist party, don't aim to educate people in communism. But, you know, one of the things that really struck me in China was how much they talked about, with great pride, having had a united front against the Japanese, including with the Kuomintang, who they later had a civil war with. But they they worked with them to defeat the Japanese. You can have your Communist Party, and I know the Communist Party does this sometimes. They'll go out, the ACP, they'll go out and march with striking workers and that kind of thing. In terms of electoral politics or Mamdani, I mean, we don't promote involvement in the Democratic Party, and we didn't with Mamdani. I happen to live here, and to me, the question of voting for Mamdani over Andrew Cuomo, Netanyahu's lawyer, was a no-brainer. What it cost me a half hour of my time to walk down, and this is the result. Are you going to support reforms that are essentially democratic socialist reforms, like taxing the rich and funding libraries and funding universal health care? Or are you going to throw a bitch fit because the guy is not out there flying the hammer and sickle and calling for a revolution that is not going to happen in this country for 100 fucking years, if at all? These are the questions you have to ask yourself. What are you in politics for? Is it just for your vanity? Is it just for your ego? Is it just to be leftier than anybody else? Listen, I get it, like why you would want to have that kind of a revolution, especially having seen the results of it being very positive in other countries. Americans are not Chinese. It's a different culture. It's a different people. You're not going to, even if you get something like that here, it's not going to be that. It's not going to be that. You would have to figure out how you would do it in a country with a completely different tradition of how the individual relates to the state and an expectation of participatory democracy. You would have to figure out how to deal with all that. Richard Wolff, he might be on the right track. Now that I've done this, I'd like to have him on the show. I was kind of waiting until I took this trip. We did make contact with him at an event. I got his contact info. I'd like to invite him on because his idea about worker cooperatives in this social milieu, that might be the way to go. The idea of having to tear down everything that anyone who's actually in a position to do anything does, it makes, I don't get what the purpose of that is. I don't understand it. You can be deeply critical of the entire system and the Democratic Party, and at the same time be like, yeah, it's good that you're funding the libraries, and hey, that is fucking amazing. To have a mayor of New York City put out a video honoring the victims of the Nakba and acknowledging Nakba Day and finding a New Yorker who was an actual victim of the Nakba and putting out an interview video with them, that is remarkable. That is something you certainly would not have gotten with Andrew Cuomo. Quite the opposite. You would have gotten a celebration of the founding of the state of Israel. That's what you would have gotten from Cuomo. Now, is that symbolic? Yeah, but it's meaningful and it moves the ball. And as we've said from the beginning with Mamdani, you can hate him all you want. You better hope he freaking succeeds, because most people in America are not into the internecine fights among tankies and socidems, and most people are not paying attention to that. To them, they don't even know about it. To them, Mamdani is the left. And if he succeeds, they're going to be much more open to the things that you might want to convince them of in regards to a more collectivized society or economy. If he fails, they're going to say, see, they were right. Socialism fails. Everyone's trying, blah, 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 blah. Like it, don't like it. He represents the left in the mind of the public. And whatever flavor of left you are, you better hope this guy succeeds. Because if he doesn't, it's only going to make it that much harder for everybody if that's your political persuasion.
Well, the hope that he fails is the hope that people will understand the futility of the system and be driven to revolution, at which point
in this country, that'll be a fascist revolution.
Yes. Well, that's what I mean. You will be driven to despair and driven to revolt, at which point you will be either tortured, jailed, exiled, or killed. And so that's a great poster to hang for your movement. Come over here. We're going to experience failure after failure until we lash out in despair and hopelessness and get tortured, jailed, exiled, or killed. At that point, the average person is going to look at you and say, this is a death cult. You're trying to enlist me in a death cult.
Right.
And they'd be right, because you are a death cult at that time.
Yeah.
Right? You are trying to achieve glory and liberation through death. Glorification of death, liberation through death. That's all it is at that point. That's a death cult. People are not going to enlist in that. No one with anything to lose or anything to live for is going to enlist in that. And this is why I say it's very important for people to find something to live for that is transcendent of these earthly goals of yours, however revolutionary they may be. Because you're not going to enlist average people, working people, people with families, people with friends, people with parents that they have to care for, people who like going to the bar every Friday after work and spending what little money the capitalist overlords give them to have themselves a good time. Like people like to live. And they like to think that their lives are worth something. And so as a political project, to plunge people into such despair that they act in desperation and destroy themselves, that is more a cult than a political movement. I could say that with certainty in terms of how that is going to be absorbed through the eyes of the average person. And so combined with that, we talked about the Tommy Robinsons and the Elon Musks. These people are ready to throw down. They have all the power. They have all the technology. They have all the capital. You're not beating them at fucking shit. They can't wait. They can't wait. This is why when you saw in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk shooting, this is what really made that a very transformative moment for me. And it's not just because I was scared of getting shot myself, although it is kind of crazy when you see someone in this space, have that horrible thing happen to them. It's that you saw in that moment how ready the oligarchs were for a civil war. They wanted it. Elon wanted it. After the Luigi Mangione shooting, according to Max Blumenthal, Steve Bannon approached these tech overlords and said, there's going to be a lot of civil unrest. If you go MAGA, we will protect you. So what was the result of that? The result of the Luigi Mangione shooting was that MAGA was able to enlist all of these tech oligarchs in a fascist program, right? So the oligarchs are ready to collapse the system. So if you think you're an accelerationist, no, they're the accelerationists. And they're the ones who are going to win. They're going to win in hours.
They have capital.
They're going to win in hours. It won't be days. It'll be hours. And so you just can't do. That's just not viable. I mean, to me, it's fantasy. Like, it's not even really worth spewing this much. It's not worth spending this much time talking about, because to me, it's just total fantasy. And so, yes, when you look at gains that could be made to empower ordinary people and critically keep the glue of society together as best you can, because the bonds between us as people are all that stand between us and a complete fascist takeover of the government, because that kind of chaos is going to favor those who already have power. And the fact of the matter is, you are where you are. And so I think that's very important to keep in mind. Now, as for the Nakba, my father was organizing Nakba marches for years prior to October 7th. And so I knew a little bit about this beforehand, not as much as I know now. But again, to see these Zionists just concoct a completely different reality from the one that exists is, again, evidence of what I said in the Robinson segment, which is they can only frame this as an existential clash of civilizations. In other words, when you have no political argument, when you have no moral argument, you just have to frame this as a matter of survival. Just like the American settlers on the frontier, yeah, they probably knew it was fucked up what they did to the Indians. But when the Indians showed up at the ranch ready to scalp them all, they had to fight them because they were coming for them, right? Like at that point, in that moment, morality goes out the window. Zionism relies upon that dynamic and that paranoia, that visceral fear of being destroyed. They have to program that into themselves at all times in order to justify this level of barbarism, unprovoked. By the way, barbarism. I saw people saying that was unprovoked in the chat. Yes, of course, obviously. It's 1948. What happened right before 1940? What country, trivia question, was divided into 4 parts after World War II? That if the Jewish people needed a state, they could have given a state. Not Palestine. That's a hint. So of course it was unprovoked, but they cannot admit that to themselves. They cannot allow themselves to process it in those terms.
Yeah. And just to be clear, again, I'm not saying don't make any political effort, but like, yo, man, the Vietnamese were organizing in cells for 60, 70 years before they won. That's a long-term project. And in the meantime, I mean, the real question with figures like Mamdani is, well, do you work with people that you disagree with politically otherwise on specific issues? Like, do you get together to fight for a higher wage with Mamdani? Or do you shit on it when he tries? I think the former. I think you can go work with him as whatever organization you want to be. And then you are actually more visible to push your case to other people who are in that orbit. You're just sitting there bitching, man. I mean, that's just an online thing. That's all that is.
Of course it's an online thing. Of course. Obviously, it's an online thing. Otherwise, people would be doing it. They're not, because they know they'd be crushed, and no one wants to be crushed, right? So what do? You want to do something revolutionary? Do what the African People's Socialist Party does. You know how much shit they talk online? Very little. You know what they do? They open farmers markets. They grow food. They feed people. Right?
Exactly.
Yeah. You want to be revolutionary?
Do
something good for somebody else. Right. Yes. That's it. Right. Build a house. Right. Build a recreation center in an underserviced area. Exactly. All right. Jake, can we throw that scroll up on the screen, please? So, hey, folks. And by the way, Jake went the extra mile and found out why that person's name wasn't on the scroll. And apparently there's a super chat coming up from you that is for $5. So apparently Jake researched that, and the reason your name isn't on the scroll is because you're a free member on the Substack. You got to plunk down $5 a month to get the name on the scroll, which if you've given us a super chat, then that's good for that. So instead of giving us a super chat, just sign up and then your name will be automatically added to the list. Steve Polycropolis. Sorry, guys, checking in late. Welcome back, Russ. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate that. David Santucci. What exactly is the downside of an exodus of rich douchebags from New York City or any other city for that matter? Yeah, exactly.
That's what we're saying.
Cheaper sushi, right? All you can drink sake nights. Bring it to Greena. A guy in Tel Aviv was busted yesterday for distributing phallic key fobs with Netanyahu's face and the word dictator, accused of SA. Really? That sounds like a funny story. Maybe we should cover that. Curious on your thoughts on the Long Island Railroad strike. You know, I didn't even know that happened. I knew they were talking about doing it, but that is news to me.
I actually canceled a social engagement for tomorrow because of that.
Oh, really? All right. So maybe we'll cover that on Tuesday. Yeah, I knew they were talking about going on strike. I didn't know they actually did it. So yeah, I mean, hope they get as much as they want. Professor Brown note: no video from Nepal, Bhutan, Pyongyang, or the Kamchatka Peninsula. What's up with that, Russ? Why didn't you sneak into Korea and snatch a portrait of Kim Jong Un and smuggle it back out? What are you, some kind of pussy? Meanwhile,
no live streams from North Korea.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Keaton moved into a completely unknown room. That's right. Thank you, Professor Brown. No. It's good. Vientikis. Republicans have been pro-corporation as long as I can remember. Yes, they have. Vientikis. I was mentioning the grape gangs is another way of people living in fear and adding to people's desperation. Yeah, no, we know you weren't simping for Tommy Robinson, Vientikis. Well, we know you better than that. Thank you for that, my friend. Freddie Keaton, didn't you say that gracefully passing the torch to China was America's lowest harm option? Seems like Trump's softly cuckolding himself to Xi advance the plan. You're absolutely right. You're 100% right. I mean, I was very pleased with his conduct compared to what I thought may have happened. Yeah, I mean, he struck a very conciliatory tone. He talked about multipolarity. We'll see how far that goes in terms of deeds. But yes, 100%. I think if he follows through on that, that would be wonderful. As we know, he's made a lot of statements over the past few years that have sounded pretty good, and he's followed through on none of them and done the opposite. So we will see. But no, you're 100% right. I got no argument with that whatsoever. Kevin Green, please platform Drew Warshaws, who's running for New York State Comptroller. It's definitely something deserving for your attention and the attention of your audience. Well, thank you for that. Appreciate that. Ken G, glue highs are indeed cheap, but it causes rapid and significant brain damage. Yeah, I'm not saying it's healthy. I'm just saying, like, you know, I guess it's probably not.
He's not an advocate.
I'm not an advocate. Yeah. I just, yeah, they're not sponsoring the show or anything. I just don't, I feel like it kind of fell off, you know, like you could sniff markers and glue. Yeah, I realized that doesn't really happen much anymore. Vientikis, more like Israel's America's ass-craft carrier in the Middle East. Thank you. Monkey Rotary, Ken G, that's not a problem in America. We are already fucking stupid. Vientikis, let me just say, it's been such a pain in the dick researching the histories of different African cultures for my writing. You have a book on African cultures coming up? Moshe Sperm, more like kosher sperm because he sounds like a cum stain. Thank you, Vientikis. George says, I woke today early, still going to work, but I'm going late because I'm no fucking jerk. Speaking to my buddies, that's job one. After the gardens for OCD in the sun. Nice. Good one, George. George Gunnell says it's not a question of fair partition. The people didn't want partition, period. Yep. Amen. Exactly. It's not, I mean, that's the other thing. Like, no matter, even if you don't like get into all the subtleties of the so-called offers and deals that the Palestinians turned down, it's not your land to offer them. It's theirs.
Right.
Like it's not yours to dole out through like negotiation. It's theirs. Like someone came to your house and be like, look, you can keep most of it. I just want your basement. You'd be like, well, no, it's my basement.
And it was worse than that. They wanted most of the house.
Yeah, they wanted most of the house. Exactly. Okay, let's see here. All right, we got one more, and then we are going to Rumble for the Q&A tonight, everyone. We are going Rumble for the Q&A. Running a little late because you guys have been so generous with your chats as we expected with Russ's return. Lots of brain picking to do, so thanks very much for being here. This is a fairly quick one. There's been a little conversation, of course, online regarding this moment here where AOC rejected Marjorie Taylor Greene's brand of anti-Zionism because she doesn't trust her.
You know, and I care about results. I care about results. Now, there are certain places certain areas where I don't think that we should ignore some folks' record on some of these issues, right? It's about where we trust intent, where we trust where those outcomes are going. I personally do not trust someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene, a proven bigot and anti-Semite, on the issues of what is good for Gazans and Israelis. I don't think that it benefits our movement in that instance to align the left with white nationalists.
Our movement.
Yeah,
You got
our
a mouse in your
movement, yeah.
pocket?
Yeah, what movement? What movement? Exactly. All right, so we litigated that in a previous episode.
Which is all we shall overcome in that bitch.
Yeah, right, exactly. But hey, Breadtube came to her defense over that. So here is Sam Seder insisting that a partnership between the left and Marjorie Taylor Greene is absurd.
Has been speaking out about Israel. She has been speaking out against Trump's refusal to release the Epstein stuff. The idea that we, as the left, that there should be some type of partnership here is just absurd. I am happy she's doing it, but to align with her is a mistake for many reasons. Like, I don't know who her constituency is. She may be peeling people off the right on this topic. That's great. But, like, what's the value of praising her? The value of praising her only goes to her and it impacts people on the left. There's every reason to distrust her.
Okay, well, you can distrust her. Like, if you want to distrust her, you can distrust her. This seems like the similar argument people made with, like, Joe Kent. Well, I don't trust him. Okay, well, you don't have to trust him. You don't have to like him. She's not running for anything. You don't have to vote for her for anything. Like, I don't even know what it means to partner with her. What do you mean partner with her? What is she running for? She's not even in Congress anymore. We're not asking you to go canvass for her. But the point of giving her credit and promoting her for saying this is exactly to expose a new audience to anti-Zionism, or to express a willingness to engage in dialogue with people who may not agree with you on everything, but agree with you on certain things. Now, he seems to kind of make this point by accident later, because they went and they clipped actually... or they tweeted a link to the whole video here. So if you want to watch the whole thing, you watch the whole thing. So here's a little bit more of it.
And if you think she decided 3 weeks before January 5th to resign, not retire, resign, walk away. She's so mad about the Israelis getting weapons and so mad about the Epstein files not being released. She is going to remove herself from the literally 3 or 4 votes that exist in the House that control what the House does at this point. I'm going, does she have 25% at that power at that point as to where the House is going? Could she not have pulled 1 or 2 even Republicans with her if she was voting that way? I don't know. But I'm sorry. She doesn't give a shit about any of this stuff. Not only that, what's a coincidence is if you look back at where she was, let's just go through some of her tweets months before this. Number 8. Here's number 8. This was back in the wake of the October 7th attack and Israel's genocidal response. Greene introduced a censure resolution last week against Tlaib, one of 2 Muslims in Congress. The resolution accuses Tlaib of anti-Semitic activity after she voiced concern over America's continued role in supplying arms to Israel. Continue.
Okay, well, aren't you kind of arguing against yourself here? Because aren't you really showing her evolution on the issue? Like, you're saying, hey, she went from censuring Rashida Tlaib to coming out against any arms sales to Israel. Doesn't that kind of prove that she's movable and prove that engagement with her. Again, nobody's asking you to vote for her. She's not running for anything. She's not in Congress anymore. Wouldn't the fact that she used to be terrible on this issue and now she isn't, wouldn't that prove that there's value in engaging with her? Isn't that the point of politics? Isn't that the point of like doing what you do? Isn't that the point of talking into a microphone? Is to try and convince people who may be persuadable to change their view from something bad to something good? Like, that's an own that, oh, yeah, look, she censured Rashida Tlaib back then, so I don't trust her. Okay, so anybody who's wrong on anything is not to be trusted again for the rest of their lives, even if they come around. Even if they come around.
Yeah.
Here's Marjorie Taylor Greene in the end of 2023. I hope every pro-Hamas student that walks out of their classes today protesting against Israel gets a failing grade.
Right. So that was 2023.
Yeah.
We're in 2026 now. So
Yeah.
she said those terrible things back then, but then a genocide happened. And over the course of that, she came around to our position because she realized how wrong this was. Again, how is this making your point?
That's
You seem to
terrible.
be arguing against yourself here.
We need to defund all colleges and universities that promote these anti-Semitic protests. Stop rewarding bad behavior. This is back, incidentally, where she thought she had a future in being governor or senator of Georgia until Donald Trump crushed her dreams.
Okay, so he's implying there that she only changed her position because Donald Trump didn't endorse her for senator or for governor. But there's no real proof of that. It seems to me that she's been as outspoken about this for sincere reasons, especially since when you look, the real impetus for her break with Donald Trump wasn't even over this. It was over the Epstein files, which she has been consistent on for years. And she really broke with Donald Trump over that. But I like our friend Nick Cruz says the guy who believes the left should ally with Nazis in Ukraine in order to fight Russia. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You don't want to ally with white nationalists. What about those Ukrainian white nationalists? They seem pretty white nationalist to me. But anyway, he has Ryan Grimm on, I guess, to talk about this. And this is a couple of different clips here. So Seder cracks the whip on Ryan Grimm and sheepdogs him back in line with the Democrats after Ryan dared to mildly criticize AOC for not working with Marjorie Taylor Greene to stop the genocide in Gaza.
Tweet it out. Can we find that tweet? We should have probably pulled this. You tweeted out. There's obviously like this happens over and over again. It seems like there's like waves of in which ways that AOC is attacked. I'm not saying you were attacking AOC, but that in that waves of attacks. And here it is. Ryan Grimm, here it is. This is what you tweeted out. What was the date on this? May 8th or something. Okay, so this is in response to AOC saying that she doesn't personally trust Marjorie Taylor Greene, thinks he's sort of a Johnny-come-lately. She was at an event where they asked her about making transpartisan coalitions. And she's talking about legislation. She's paired up with she's done this many times, maybe more than most in Congress, with Republicans to push legislation. She said, I wouldn't do this with Marjorie Taylor Greene. And you swooped in and wrote, MTG sacrificed her. Hold on for 1 second. You wrote, MTG sacrificed her political career to stand against genocide, against Trump, against the Epstein class, and to defend the survivors of Epstein's trafficking. If that doesn't earn credibility, I don't know what possibly could. Okay. What the? I mean, come on.
Why don't we also read what I didn't say there? There are a lot of things I didn't say that people ascribe to that.
Well, let me say this. I disagree with the second word in that, sacrificed. Because if you'll recall that her one piece of legislation that she promoted, this amendment to a defense bill, which AOC voted against the entire bill, we should say, came immediately after she was rejected by Donald Trump to run for Senate and for governor in Georgia.
Again, making the same point. Come on. Here he is more.
Situation. Like, you know, are we helping? Are we really expanding who is hearing an anti-genocide message when we welcome Marjorie Taylor Greene into our home to talk about it? Or are we basically whitewashing Marjorie Taylor Greene, who still has a bunch of other odious policy sets?
A bunch of other odious policy sets. First of all, you're not welcoming her into your home. You're not welcoming her into your home. You're opening up a conversation with someone. Now, I do believe that Marjorie Taylor Greene, who has, tweeted out videos of children in Gaza whose parents have just been killed and talks about how these are God's children, I would like to see her pressed on other issues. She clearly has some capacity for empathy when it comes to Palestinian children. I haven't seen her pressed on ICE in this way. She's obviously an immigration hawk. I would like to ask her, hey, you know what? You've come around on this issue of Israel-Palestine because you've seen the brutality of Israel's treatment of Palestinian children and families. Has that made you rethink your approach to immigration enforcement and the barbarism of these ICE raids? Like, I think there is definite, I think there are places where you can open up a dialogue. She's talked about, collaborating with Ro Khanna and opening up conversations about overlap between the populist left and populist right. I think you could certainly make room for those conversations and press her on certain issues. And once again, she's not running for anything. You don't have to vote for her for anything. Like, that's not the point. The point here is something that neither Sam Seder nor Mehdi Hasan will talk about. I'm going to play a couple more things here.
Has stronger bipartisan establishment support than
So this is a good point here.
What issue has stronger bipartisan establishment support than unapologetic support for Israel? So it's okay to do it for stock trading, but stopping a genocide?
Well,
you can't go there?
Well, wait a second. What is Marjorie Taylor what are they going to do together? Like, she's out of Congress. She left Congress. She might as well be, she's just some gadfly.
Okay, so what's your point?
Alex Jones, I'm sure has agreed with something at one point. Should AOC, like a congressperson, join with Alex Jones?
That's a fair point too.
Okay, so once again, you're not joining with her on anything.
Brought up MTG. Like, why? Why? Like, what's the point of bringing her up to sideline her? Like, if there's nothing to work with her on. I think in that context,
she should not be paying attention to a former congressperson. But I imagine that's probably driven by her personal animosity.
Right.
And,
which again, I get.
Okay, so Grimm goes on to say, this video is not working, it's not playing to the same thing, but he goes on to say, basically, if AOC is willing to work with Republicans on insider trading in Congress, then why wouldn't you work with someone to stop a genocide? In other words, why would you swat away someone's hand on this issue, but not something that is obviously less pressing and less urgent? The point here, though, is not that you have to partner with Marjorie Taylor Greene on anything. Again, there's nothing to partner on with her on in that sense because she's not in office anymore. The key here that I think, and this is something that the Breadtubers are not going to want to acknowledge, whether it's Sam Seder, whether it's Mehdi Hasan, is that Marjorie Taylor Greene did, and now she's out of office for it, and you can have problems with the fact that she quit. I'd have rather she done what Thomas Massie did, which is stay in and fight and run and try and beat back the AIPAC challenger. Okay, I think that's a fair criticism. But what she did, undisputably, was what we hired AOC to do, which is to actually bring the ruckus within her party and actually stand on principle on a few key issues. This is the key. To the detriment of her own party. That's the key thing. Marjorie Taylor Greene was willing to embarrass her president and her party, willing to compromise her party's chances in a midterm election cycle. AOC was never willing to do any of that. None of the progressives were willing to do any of that. In the Build Back Better fight, where they promised over and over and over again that they were going to hold the line for the good infrastructure bill and they weren't going to pass the bad one alongside the good one, they caved. And Ro Khanna said on TV, we caved because if we didn't, we'd have gotten nothing. What he's saying there is the Democratic Party would have gotten nothing. Joe Biden would have gotten nothing. Our party would have been embarrassed going into a midterm cycle, and we aren't willing to do that because we are loyal to the party above all. Marjorie Taylor Greene demonstrated she was willing to make her own party pay a political price for betraying their base. And that is something that none of the progressives were ever willing to do. The one who came closest to that was probably Rashida Tlaib because she didn't endorse Kamala Harris. but she didn't do it nearly as forcefully as Marjorie Taylor Greene is doing. That's the key. The key is not, will you advocate for policies that the establishment doesn't like? Anybody can do that. A lot of progressives have done that. Now is the time for Medicare for all, they say.
Yeah.
But that's not impressive. What's impressive is you say, if you don't give us this, we will make you pay a real political price for it. Marjorie Taylor Greene was willing to do that. AOC has never been willing to do that. AOC did the opposite. AOC ran cover for the party. And so this is the great take. And this is the question that's hidden in plain sight. So this is Sana Syed. I hope I'm saying that name right, because I know her from X, but I've not seen her interviewed much. Here she is on Brianna's show, kind of in keeping with my point. She says, hey, you know what? We're scrutinizing this relationship between AOC and Marjorie Taylor Greene and wondering if AOC is right or wrong to reject Marjorie Taylor Greene. Why aren't we scrutinizing the relationship between AOC and Joe Biden? Like, you don't ask that question. Oh, should she accept Marjorie Taylor Greene's hand on this issue? Well, why was she staying close to Joe Biden when he was the one committing the actual genocide?
I mean, to your point, right? It's like AOC finds it more morally reprehensible to align herself for one bill, which, by the way, she also ends up, right, throwing under the bus Rashid Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, and I can't remember who also voted for that bill. I mean, also, like, they're never, ever part of these conversations. It's always going to be AOC versus everyone. But she finds that so incredibly morally reprehensible, but it's okay, and in fact commendable, for her to openly and proudly align herself with Joe Biden. Joe Biden, yes, who has so much blood, and that's not a matter of debate either. That's not like, well, you know, no, there is no debate with regards to how much blood Joe Biden has on his hands. There is no debate that the single most powerful Zionist, by virtue of what he allowed to happen through his support to Israel, giving them a blank check to execute that genocide. There's no debate or question about that. And to me, what's been so frustrating about this conversation, we can talk about it some more, is that genocide, the extermination, the intentional extermination of a nation through various means, like so of the Palestinians, is being treated as just a policy that we can debate and discuss, and it's like a matter of degrees. And, oh, well, you know, AOC should have maybe consider apologizing for that little stupid thing she said at the DNC. That little stupid thing that she said at the DNC carried more water for the genocide of the Palestinians than Marjorie Taylor Greene ever did.
Exactly. Going up on the DNC stage and saying Kamala Harris is working tirelessly for a ceasefire, which is an absolute lie. We know from reporting in 2025 that Biden never so much as asked Israel for a ceasefire, much less worked tirelessly for a ceasefire. That did more to carry water for genocide than anything Marjorie Taylor Greene has ever done. There was more harm done in that statement than there was in any of Marjorie Taylor Greene's many, comments about Jewish space lasers or this or that. Yet that relationship is never scrutinized and never will be scrutinized or never will be questioned by the likes of Sam Seder, because it's just assumed that, well, they share a party, so there's only so far they can go. And that's the point. That's the point. Ultimately, what it comes down to is Marjorie Taylor Greene was willing to embarrass her own party, and AOC wasn't. And so the value in pointing that out is to point out that the entire project of the squad has been a failure because it was all a scam, because they were never actually willing to do what Marjorie Taylor Greene did. And that, I think, has a lot to do with why AOC has such hatred for her. Yes, we know they went tit for tat. We know they had some choice words for each other. But I really think that AOC sees in Marjorie Taylor Greene the thing that she promised her base she would be, and she knows that she isn't. And I think that's it. I think that's at the crux of a lot of it.
Well, AOC is the political genius who told Bernie Sanders not to take a Joe Rogan endorsement.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
She very much epitomizes this characteristic of the Democrats, which I will say is not really as much a characteristic of the Republicans of being a bunch of mean girls who really, really almost live to gatekeep and to demonstrate their tremendous capacity to never forgive and never forget. Yeah, man, the Republicans, like, you make the right noises, they'll take Tulsi, they'll take RFK Jr., right? Like, they'll take them. They see the political advantage to having them. And they are just not made of that kind of stuff. Look, I was watching a video today. I'm not even sure who this guy is, but he's some kind of journalist, and he went into some voting place. He wanted like the voter index, and he was like within his rights. And the woman who was working there says to him, can you wait outside? He says, no, I have a legal right to be here. And she said, well, you don't know what my history is. You don't know what my triggers are.
Oh,
So could you wait outside?
Yeah.
That's Democrats, man.
Yeah.
Like, that's Democrats.
You don't know
like
what my triggers are. Yeah.
You don't know what my triggers are. You can't look at this and say, well, this is some kind of a caricature being created by conservative media. It's right fucking there, man. The guy went into a random office, and this is what you get. This is what you get. I know from my own experience dealing with these people. Like, yeah, man, they're really like that. And a big part of that personality type, like the kind of people who are attracted to this current iteration of the Democratic Party, they're fucking hall monitors, man. Like, they live to exclude. That is a big part of it for them. They're not doing politics. And hey, I'm not saying the Republicans are. They're just much more flexible about how they get to their objectives, and they're perfectly happy to bring in converts to further their ends. Whereas for Democrats, they find the idea of bringing in one of the untouchables as just absolute anathema. But I think, part of what you see here is a breakdown in the idea that the purpose of government is governing. Like, the whole idea is just falling apart. Look, whatever criticisms you might have about, American society in the 50s or the 60s, they were serious about governing, man. Those Republicans and those Democrats would sit down and work on the Medicaid bill. Like, and the purpose of it was for the public, right? There was no other purpose passing something like that. It wasn't a giveaway. It wasn't a boondoggle. That's it. It was for and they hashed it out and they negotiated. There was some idea that the American project was something worth preserving and improving on, and that the job of politicians was to do that. And part of doing that was to actually govern. Starting with, and I'm not gonna, it's a chicken and the egg question, what caused it? With the introduction of cable news as the main source of public discourse, the discourse turned to hot takes and fighting, and part of that fighting is ruling people out of bounds. And it bled into, it's the medium as the message. As that became the discourse, and the discourse served the needs of ratings, that became how they govern. Like, as cable news ascended, so did Newt Gingrich and the Clinton New Democrats. And this way of doing politics, that was new at that time. Like, the whole contract with America and, absolutely ruling each other out of bounds and you can't work together. Did that come from cable news, or did cable news reflect a certain sociological shift in American society and American government? I don't know. I mean, I suspect there's an interplay of both. But when you look at the Young Turks and Sam Cedar and the whole online space, it's very much the child of cable news. Like this is mostly people who are of an age. They don't even have a concept of the civil discourse being any different from that. Like they've never even seen news. That was not basically people fighting with each other and tearing each other apart. They think that's what news is. They think that's what politics is. That's why what Sam Seder is saying there is absurd. It's absurd. Like, of course you want to build coalitions.
Right.
Like, what do you mean? What is the value?
Yeah, what is the value
of having?
So what is the value of doing what you do then?
Right.
What is the value of talking about
Are you
anything?
trying to persuade anybody?
Right.
Like you
Right.
just want to preach to the choir? And I mean, the answer is yes.
Right.
Like as long as he's making money, does Sam Seder really give a fuck if anyone is convinced or persuaded by what he's saying? I don't think so. I don't think most of them do. They're very happy being smug and considered to be right and virtuous among themselves. It's what Greenwald said years ago, right? The left is a political movement that seeks to make itself smaller. Like if you're serious, if you want to really do something for people, you're going to tell Bernie, hell yeah, take that Joe Rogan endorsement.
Right,
because
of course.
that furthers our political end and we can convert people in his audience. That's winning. That's the point. That's the whole point. If you say you don't want to take that endorsement, you're saying you don't want to do politics. You don't actually want to do anything for people. One thing I will say also definitely strikes me coming back from the countries I've been to. I didn't get the feeling in any of those countries that the purpose of the government was to hurt the people they govern. And in America, that's the sense you get. The purpose of the government is to hurt you. Like it's not there to help you. The government is actively hostile to the interests of the American people. At that point, why build coalitions, right? It's all about fundraising.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. All right, folks. We're going to take some super chats before we close the lights here and go to the Q&A. But before we do that, though, I do want to tell you a little bit about Medicare, because millions of seniors are on the wrong Medicare plans and they don't know it. And when you call to enroll in Medicare, you often talk to a broker who is incentivized to sell you a certain plan. And what they don't tell you is that brokers get paid by insurance companies to sell specific items, regardless of the patient's needs. So those are not advisors, those are salespeople with conflicts of interest. And so you end up making a choice based on advice that was not designed to help you and not catered to your individual needs. And this is how millions of people end up on plans that are either too expensive or are not suited to them. Chapter is the exception. It's the only national advisor that compares every plan in the country. Their advisors are salary-based, so there are no hidden incentives. You tell them your doctors and your prescriptions, and they do the hard work of finding what fits for you. If you're already on the right plan, they will tell you that too. Either way, you get off the phone knowing you made the right call. It's only 20 minutes. You talk to a person right away when you call this number, 404-706-0804. So if you're turning 65 or you're already on Medicare, give them a call. It's definitely worth the shot. Nothing to lose. Talk to a person right away. Does not take long at all. That's 404-706-0804. All right, let's take some final chats here. You want me to take a few and then I'll pass them off? Tantura for movie night if possible. I think that's on YouTube, actually, Axel. I think
is it?
We
is
do
that
our,
on YouTube now?
I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. Prips Blah, thanks for the donation. Palestine for the Palestinians, Britain for the British. Thank you for those 50 South Korean dollars. I think that's what those are. Is that what those are? Thank you for that. Look up RTSG video on whose funds the left. PSL and DSA get a lot of dark NGO money. Also, PSL platform pro-Ukraine Taiwan war DSA member. Who is that? Is that the cat Abu Ghazala? I think that's who you're talking about. Vienticus, Russ, why no videos from the moon while you were traveling? What the fuck? I feel chipped. Thank you. You stayed on Earth. Hamhawk, welcome back, Russ. Loves the topics as I'm trying to get over being a wage slave myself.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hamhawk. Vienticus, for my story, I'm trying to Draw in things from different parts of our world history to reference to make it more interesting, universally relatable. Thank you, Vianticus. Right of resistance. That's why the rest of the world can't expect Americans to do something radical. We don't share the same interests because we don't want to die, and you will protect your comfort. Thank you, Right of Resistance. The Veins. Thanks to Keaton's endorsement of liquid nails glue, I have saved $27 a week and put down the duster and crack. Thanks, Keaton. Thank you. There you go. See? Making positive change.
Yeah. See, that's what it's all about, man. Building coalitions.
Yeah, that's right. You know, I will say that sniffing glue does seem more economical compared to my current employment of sitting on a park bench doing crack for 23 hours a day, wearing nothing but a trench coat. Of course. See, whatever happened to glue? I thought of that because when they ID'd me for glue, I'm like, oh, that's right. You can sniff this. Why don't people do it? You'd think more people would do it. I'm not saying people should do it.
I mean, it's really not a good high, man.
I don't think it is, but it's a cheap one, you know.
There's a reason for that.
It's like sniffing markers, I guess. Like you can sniff magic markers. Dimitri Mugianis, this was going to be a $50 super check, but after those statistics about cost of living in New York City, I'm investing in dog food and solitary from Harlem. Thank you. Wasim Garani, the minute AOC lied at the DNC and voted for supporting the IHRA definition should be enough that AOC will not help you, except warning you about sunscreen. Yes, remember that? As if that's dire to Americans and Palestinians. That's right. Please invite Elisa Valdez Rodriguez from the Pugilist Substack to the show. Absolute best work on the Epstein files right now. R.E. Zorro Ranch. Oh, I will look into that. That's cool. That's cool. That sounds like good reading material. Thank you for that very much. Wasim says, Savvy mentioned Rashida Tlaib and Summer Lee has voted for 90% progressive bills, yet AOC is seen as progressive with shit libs. She said bigot and antiseptic as two different things to please donors. Yeah, that was an Axelrod event. That was an Obama event. EO Shush, why no empathy for Ukrainians but for Palestinians? During the same period, 3 to 5 million Ukrainians died from famine, 750,000 deported, suppression of language and culture occupied for 70 years. I do have empathy for ordinary Ukrainians. That's why I did not think that war should have started, despite having known very little about it at the time that it did. Yeah, I don't have it, you know. I think that's one of the weird things that, you know, people think that you're anti-Ukrainian because you oppose that war. Like, I understand Russia's geopolitical position there. I mean, they were threatened and they were betrayed time and again. So I think you can sympathize with their geopolitical goals while not wishing any violence upon ordinary Ukrainian people. I mean, yeah, so I would say I do feel empathy for them. Where we go at?
It's a very different situation.
Well, it is. I mean, politically speaking, yes.
Yeah, I mean, the two situations have absolutely nothing in common.
It is politically a different situation, of course. But like, yeah, I mean, to the ordinary person in Ukraine,
I feel bad for any ordinary civilians being fucking killed in a war.
Right, exactly, yeah. Any ordinary civilians being killed in a war. Exactly. All right. Let's see. Blank State. Keaton, are you aware what Breadtube refers to? None of the people you mentioned have any affiliation. Breadtube is an online anarchist streamer community. See Kropotkin's Conquest of Bread. I'm pretty sure but yeah, I mean, I thought that like that ecosystem was referred to as Breadtube. Isn't that what Caleb Maupin wrote about in his book, How Breadtube Serves Imperialism? Maybe I'm wrong, but I always thought that was what it was. All right, you want to read those last few?
Sure. I am the owl. I know what Didi is up to. Russ leaves. Suddenly, record number of Thai ladyboys and Chinese street vendors have enlisted as Mossad agents. Russ returns. Trump, Putin each meet with Xi the following week. I mean, that part was definitely weird that I got out of there right before Trump went in. Originally, Trump was supposed to go right when I got there. But he delayed it.
That's right. That was supposed to be right at the beginning of the trip.
Yeah, and I think he was supposed to get there almost like the same day.
Yeah.
Who is that?
SB Zip 5kin.
SB Zip 5kin. PSL DSA has a serious racism problem. Look how they talk about Haas and Butch Ware, their hatred for social conservative views. Yet the same leftists love social conservative Maduro and Ortega. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons I really don't fuck with the PSL, even though they have a beautiful building in Midtown over there. Yeah, man. Listen, I'm sorry. Like, anybody who talks all that identity shit in that way, you're fucking useless, man. You're useless. You're never going to expand beyond the overeducated and underemployed with that kind of shit. You're never getting working people on board with that kind of rhetoric and posture. And I mean, and to me, if that's what you're into, it tells me you're deeply fucking unserious. Tells me you're just not serious if that's what you want to sit around and talk about. Richard Namulala, my friend from Buffalo. Evo Morales is in trouble in Bolivia. Check it out. Yeah, I saw those plans that leaked. Hopefully that'll give them a warning and they'll make preparations.
Oh, I didn't even see that. I didn't even see
that. Like they want to fucking pull a Maduro on him.
Oh, yeah. Well, they already tried. I mean, they already did declare his election victory illegitimate. This was years ago, right? And then they installed that.
No, but currently they're talking about like woman. Fucking taking him out.
Yeah.
Pulling a coup.
Doesn't surprise me. All right, everybody. Thank you very much for being here tonight. Appreciate you all. Thanks to Jake in the booth. Thanks to the YouTubers. Thanks to the Rumblers. Thanks to the mods for keeping the peace in the chat. If you would like to come and hang out with us for the Q&A, dudissidents.com/rumble. We got a 5-minute intermission. Russ made an intermission because I did not have time to during Russ's hiatus. But
in honor of Nakba Day, I polled. Some of you might have seen it. There's a good about 25-minute documentary going around explaining the Nakba. So it's like the first 5 minutes of that.
Awesome. All right, everybody. Well, hey, reminder, we'll be back on Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern. So no afternoon show on Tuesday. We'll be back on Tuesday nights for regular show plus election results out of Kentucky for the Thomas Massey primary. So we will see you then if you're not sticking around for the Q&A. If you are, we'll see you in 5 minutes. Either way, thanks very much, everybody, for spending the evening with us. Always a pleasure. Thanks for spending some time with us tonight. Until we see you again, be safe and be well.
Courage!
Please clap.